Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Bon après-midi, mesdames et messieurs. Welcome to a special Ottawa City Council meeting, final agenda 71 for Wednesday, February 16, 2022. Réunion spéciale pour le 16 février 2022. Special meeting called by Mayor Watson to discuss matters related to the ongoing impacts of the truck convoy demonstration and the legal occupation of the city's residents and businesses. By electronic participation, this meeting will be held through electronic participation in accordance with Section 238 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended by the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act. Those who are able to, please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Thank you. Merci. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Luloff.
Present.
Councillor Dudas.
I'm here.
Councillor Harder.
Here.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor El Shantiri.
Present.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Here.
Councillor Shirley. Councillor Egley.
Here.
Councillor Deans.
I'm here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
José Fleury.
Ici.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor McKenney.
Present.
Councillor Leeper.
Here.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Conseil Cloutier.
Present.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor DeRose.
Here.
Councillor Moffat.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
Councillor Hubley.
Here.
Mayor Watson.
Ici.
You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Resolving no regrets filed to date. Resolving into Committee of the Whole, Councillor Cloutier, please, seconded by Councillor Kitts. Councillor Cloutier.
Sorry about that. That City Council resolved to move into Committee of the Whole pursuant to Section 52 of the Procedure Bylaw.
Carried.
I have a question, Mayor, on that. And the question is whether we can have a different chair for today. Given the nature of the discussion we're going to be going through, I think a more neutral chair would be appropriate.
No, I disagree with that. I chair the council meeting, so we're going to continue on.
Okay, I'll put a motion forward to have Councillor Dudas chair the meeting as Deputy Mayor. Just given the need for neutrality today and the normal undemocratic way that meetings are run.
And do you have a seconder for the motion?
I'll second Councillor Leeper.
Okay, yeas and nays and Councillor Menard's motion.
Counselor Curry.
No.
Counselor Dudas.
No.
Counselor McKenney.
Yes.
Counselor Moffett.
No.
Counselor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Counselor King.
Yes.
Counselor Gower.
No.
Counselor Meehan.
Yes.
Counselor Drews.
No.
Jose Clucci.
No.
Counselor Deans.
Yes.
Jose Fleury.
No.
Counselor Kitts.
No.
Counselor El Shantiri.
No.
Counselor Hubley.
No.
Counselor Leeper.
Yes.
Counselor Harder.
No.
Counselor Tierney.
No.
Counselor Brockington.
Yes.
Counselor Shirelli. Counselor Menard.
Yes.
Counselor Luloff.
No.
Counselor Eglai.
No.
Mayor Watson.
No?
8 yeas, 15 nays.
Thank you. Yeah, motion to go into committee of the whole, carried. Update. Good afternoon, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. We're meeting today to discuss the ongoing occupation of our city, which is currently in its third week. I recognize how difficult this has been on our residents, business owners, and their workers, especially in the downtown core. Residents are exhausted and terrified, and our small businesses are struggling to keep staff, attract customers, and to stay open. On February 6th, given the severity of the situation, I declared a state of emergency in the city of Ottawa at a time when the occupation was entering its second week, and as residents all around us were begging us to act to protect their neighborhoods. They felt abandoned by all levels of government. Frankly, they had endured 2 weeks of inaction and finger-pointing. Nos résidents se sentent abandonnés par leur
They
gouvernement.
feel abandoned by their government.
To me, reached out last week to try to broker a short-term solution between the city and some of the convoy organizers. I saw an opportunity to work in good faith to secure some relief for our downtown residents. Thankfully, starting Monday afternoon, we saw progress when trucks cleared out of major streets like O'Connor and Bank and into available space on Wellington. 43 large trucks left the residential districts of Centertown on Monday, and this has already provided approximately 15,000 residents with a heightened sense of security and a reprieve from the constant noise and exhaust fumes affecting them in their neighborhood. There's been more progress since Monday, and what was 150 tractor trailers just a few days ago have now been reduced by half. Putting more vehicles on Wellington to offer our residents a reprieve from the daily siege is an easy decision to take unless you value buildings over the sanity of our residents. To date, the convoy organizers have kept their word by getting a significant number of trucks to move out from residential streets, not all of them, unfortunately, that they don't control, into a smaller and more manageable perimeter along Wellington. On Friday, Premier Ford declared a state of emergency in the province of Ontario, and the next day enacted various stronger tools to assist our police and bylaw officers in cracking down on illegal activity. On Monday, Prime Minister Trudeau's government invoked the Federal Emergencies Act, which provides even more additional levers to put an end to this occupation. These measures target the international funds and assets sustaining the movement. It will also compel service providers like towing companies to respond to the city's call for help or face massive fines. I want to thank our federal and provincial partners for their help in delivering these tools, and I have no doubt that these will help us in our efforts to end this occupation. Ces mesures vont nous aider à mettre fin à cette
This will
préoccupation.
help us put an end to this occupation, and I thank the province and the federal government for their assistance.
I'm pleased that our advocacy for more police officers has started to materialize. We need the support of both our federal and provincial governments in order to back up our police officers and to enforce the full scope of the law and of these new measures. I'm encouraged by the recent policing developments, including the fact that both the RCMP and the OPP have named command leaders to help end the occupation in our city. I know that members of council, the general public, and partner agencies who know him and have dealt with him are pleased to see Steve Bell assume acting command of our municipal police force. I have been having encouraging discussions with federal ministers who are very much committed to helping us. I also conveyed to both the Prime Minister and the Premier how dire the situation is for our downtown businesses who are already struggling to stay afloat due to the pandemic. I've asked them to put in place the supports that business owners and their employees need to survive this crisis and just to simply pay their rent. Nous devons aider nos entreprises et leurs employés à faire face à cette situation. I was encouraged to hear Prime Minister Trudeau mention on Monday that an announcement to this effect would take place in the coming days. I'll continue to work with our federal and provincial partners until we see a robust assistance program and package that our city's businesses and workers need to make it through this crisis. This past weekend, some residents joined peaceful counter demonstrations where they confronted protesters. I congratulate them. I know we're all tired and upset, but we will get through this and our city will return to the place we know and love. Although I understand their anger and their frustration, the situation remains volatile, and I want to emphasize that we are trying to keep everyone safe. The Ottawa Police Service is leading nearly 190 active criminal investigations, including 15 related to hate-motivated incidents. And since the occupation began, OPS officers have arrested 33 individuals for criminal behavior, and 18 have received charges for a litany of unlawful acts committed in our city. Our bylaw officers are also hard at work enforcing our city's bylaws and maintaining emergency access in the red zone. On Sunday alone, they issued 366 parking infractions, and since January 28th, they have issued a total of 2,922 parking tickets in the red zone. On Monday, the city was granted an injunction by the Ontario Superior Court, which will help our police and bylaw officers crack down on illegal fires, fireworks, noise, and idling going forward. I want to remind our residents that any hate-motivated incidents and any criminal offenses directly related to the demonstrations can be reported to the Ottawa Police at ottawapolice.ca. All reports will be pursued to the full extent of the law. I know OPS, city councillors, and city staff are working tirelessly, and I want to thank you for your service. I also want to acknowledge that this occupation has taken a severe toll on our frontline workers, including in our grocery stores, pharmacies, restaurants, and hotels, as well as the dedicated healthcare providers in our community. Les 3 dernières semaines ont été très difficiles pour plusieurs travailleurs sur le terrain. Many have faced incredible hardship just trying to get safely to work or trying to help some of the most vulnerable people in our community. I want to acknowledge that throughout these events, many health and social service providers across Ottawa have not wavered in providing critical services to our residents. For example, I know that Monique and her formidable team at the Good Companion Centre have gone out of their way to identify and reach out to seniors who have been stuck at home throughout this terrible ordeal. And for these seniors and all those who don't feel safe leaving their homes, this is taking a real toll on their mental health as well. It can be hard to reach out for help, but there are services and people who can, in fact, help you. If you need to speak to someone, you can start by calling the Distress Centre of Ottawa support line at 613-238-3311. That number of the Distress Centre is 613-238-3311. Et en français, il y a Tele-Aide Outaouais au 613.
And Tele-Aide Ottawa, 613-641-6433. Tele-Aide Outaouais, 613-741-6433.
Protesters and getting them out of our residential areas. To our elected officials and our residents, I urge patience and solidarity while we get through this together. To both the protesters and occupiers, I have a simple message. The window of opportunity for you to leave our city is closing. The combined OPS, OPP, and RCMP presence is growing stronger every day, and many of you are probably longing to get back to your own communities. If you leave now voluntarily, the odds of being able to leave with your property are quite high. It's my understanding that those who want to leave now will be allowed to leave unless they have committed criminal acts. To those who never intended to harm innocent residents in our residential districts, I urge you to reflect on the serious consequences of your continued occupation of our city. The longer you stay, the greater the risk to yourself and others. At the outset, we all thought that this would be a peaceful protest and that's a freedom we all cherish in this country. But this is no longer that case. And I ask you to go back to your own communities and allow our residents to reclaim their neighborhoods, their parks, and their regular daily lives free of harassment and economic hardship. I now call on Acting Chief of Police Steve Bell to provide council with a high-level overview of how the situation is unfolding in Ottawa. Then we'll go to our City Manager, Steve Kanalakis, and the GM of Emergency and Protective Services, Kim Ayot. We will also be joined by City Solicitor David White to answer questions regarding the injunction, as well as Prime Minister's statement on Monday. So Acting Chief Bell has 1 hour, so I'd urge members to please share the time because he has an important meeting with other heads of police agencies at that time. Acting Chief Bell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. We're here today to provide you a briefing on the plan of action that has already begun to end this unlawful protest in our city. We're also here to answer questions from members of council. This morning, the command of the Ontario Provincial Police, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and the Ottawa Police Service were briefed on the significant steps being taken to bring a safe end to this crisis. The Ottawa Police remains the police of jurisdiction and the lead of this integrated command. This is the city we're sworn to protect. It's our responsibility and our job to safely remove this unlawful protest. The RCMP and the OPP are here to support us, and I thank them for the significant efforts and resources that they are bringing forward. We have a methodical and well-resourced plan with a simple mission. We're going to take back the entirety of the downtown core and every occupied space. We're going to remove this unlawful protest. We will return our city to a state of normalcy. Over the last few days, we've developed strategies to deal with all possible scenarios. We will be focused on public safety, demonstrator safety, and officer safety. All of our plans and actions will be lawful and in line with the Charter. Demonstrators must leave the unlawful protest sites. Officers are already going truck to truck to advise them of this demand. We want them to do this peacefully and immediately, and we're facilitating the departure of anyone who wants to leave. We also have appropriate and lawful methods to remove anyone who refuses. We also are aware that children are in the area. This concerns us greatly. We've been engaged a planning team with the Children's Aid Society to encourage anyone with children in the area to leave and bring those children to a place of safety. We also have a plan to ensure children are protected and cared for during any actions. You'll be hearing and seeing these actions in the coming days. It will take time to do this right. Every step will be considered and methodical. I ask for your patience and confidence. Some of the techniques we are lawfully able and prepared to use are not what we're used to seeing in Ottawa, but we are prepared to use them and whatever means necessary to bring about the safest outcome and restore order. I'm confident that we now have the resources, the plan, and the commitment to get this job done. The plan will not be considered complete until such a time as the streets are cleared fully. We have commitment from our partners that resources will remain in place until this objective is achieved. The residents and businesses of our downtown core and across this city have suffered greatly. We know that, and we regret the pain, stress, and disruption this unlawful protest has caused. We know that this has left our residents feeling unsafe and abandoned and has tarnished our reputation and that of our city. We cannot change the past, but we can promise you that we stand with you. We will safely return these areas to their normal state as soon as we can. There are many questions being asked about how we got here. We all know that there will be a full review, and we all welcome it so we can learn from the events of the last 3 weeks. But for today and the days to come, the Ottawa Police Service and our partners are focused on getting this job done. Wherever these questions take us, I want you to know that the members of the Ottawa Police Service care greatly about this city. They are committed to these actions and they are ready to go. I am proud of them and all that they have done and all they will be doing in the coming days. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Acting Chief. Questions to the Chief? Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you very much, Chief. In the past couple of weeks, we've heard tough language from the police. There were press releases issued that indicated that occupiers should leave, and that was not backed up with enforcement. What has changed? And I guess bluntly, why should residents of Ottawa believe police this time?
So, as I indicated in my statement, we've been continually working with our partners over the past number of weeks to build a comprehensive plan to actually remove the demonstrators from the streets of Ottawa. We know that through the efforts of this council and the Ottawa Police Services Board, the call has gone out to our partners to bring forward resources to assist us in that. As I indicated, we now have the plan and the resources and the commitment to actually move ahead to remove people from our streets. Our desire will always be to successfully negotiate and encourage people to leave. But in the absence of that, we do have the ability to remove them and now have the plan and the resources to be able to achieve that.
Chief, what are the techniques to which you referred that Ottawa residents may not be used to seeing?
So it's too early to say, and I won't be able to provide any operational information so that we can make sure that we do protect that operation. We do have all of our authorities and all of our abilities around escalating use of force to be able to remove people if they don't comply. But I'll again say, our hope is as we look to the coming days, people will see our determination and will choose to leave our streets. If they choose not to, we do have the ability to have them removed.
Chief, I'm trying to understand why it has taken nearly 3 weeks to develop a plan for removing these folks. It doesn't take that long, surely, to plan for the removal of a hot tub in front of the Chateau Laurier. I guess I'm asking for some reassurance, or I'm asking for some understanding of why that plan is not in place yet, and why residents should believe that after 3 weeks we finally have a plan, and why that wasn't in place within 3 or 4 days.
So like as we've indicated from the very early days, from even before this demonstration started, before it evolved across the country as the Freedom Convoy, this is an unprecedented, unparalleled action within Canada and actually across North America. As we've gone through this, we've identified the challenges with the location that the trucks are in, with the size and complexity of mounting an operation to actually take an area and have people and equipment like exists removed. It has taken us time to do this comprehensive level of planning that we knew we need to do to be able to keep our citizens safe, the demonstrators safe, and our officers safe as we mount that. It also takes time to actually amass the number of resources that we need to be able to successfully take on an operation like this. We called in early days to identify that there was challenges with our resourcing levels. We've now seen an unparalleled level of cooperation with our partners to be able to bring in resources to assist us in successfully ending this.
I know my colleagues are going to ask more questions about those resources, et cetera, but can I just ask, to what degree are you seeking guidance from the mayor in terms of implementing any plans?
Not at all. The police are an independent group that report through the Police Services Board, who have oversight on us as an organization. So we don't seek input from any level of politics to actually have input on the plans we're developing or delivering. We are very cautious of that, and it's something that goes with our professional oath to be independent from the politics that may exist.
But has the mayor had an opportunity to be briefed on plans and an opportunity to weigh in on whether those are advisable or not?
So both the Police Service Board Chair and the Mayor were briefed early at a very high level on the plans, as is allowed for us under the Police Services Act. We will continue to brief members as necessary moving ahead, including a full in-camera operational briefing to our Police Services Board.
Okay, I will cede the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hubely, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and welcome, Interim Chief or Acting Chief, whatever the proper term is that we're supposed to use. I want to ask if I'm hearing correctly that you feel that you have enough resources now to get the job done that the people in Ottawa, our residents, have been asking to be done for weeks?
So thanks for the question. Interim Chief Bell is the title right now. So what I can indicate is our partners, as I said, have been extremely cooperative and helpful to us in allowing us to amass the resources that we do require to mount such an operation. We are continuing to build that capacity. We're continuing to work with our partners to make sure before we entered into any sort of direct action that we would have the resources necessary in order to be able to do that. There are steps and stages that we will go through before we do enter into any sort of direct action. And I'll again say our absolute hope and desire is that the protesters understand that this protest and demonstration is now coming to an end, and they willfully leave our streets on their own accord.
Okay, I'm not going to ask too many more questions because I think a number of my colleagues want to ask, and I want to see you out there with the men and women of the Ottawa Police Service to get this done. So I just want to leave, if I may, Mr. Mayor, with one comment, and that is if the interim chief could make sure the word gets to the men and women of the Ottawa Police Service that we appreciate what they're trying to do here. We've got their back as you initiate whatever actions that are coming in the next few days, and appreciate you stepping up to take the lead on this, interim chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Okay, thank you. I thought others had their hands up first, but I'll take it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief, for being here and giving us this report. One of the concerns right from the beginning was that lives could be at risk in terms of moving too fast and to interfering with the activities that are going on. How can you explain how this has changed?
So I wouldn't explain that it has changed. We are always concerned about intervening in any level with any sort of protest with the risk of demonstrators being injured, members of our public being injured, or members of our police services being injured. We continually weigh those risks and look at proper interdiction techniques to minimize those risks. But I think it's important to note those risks always exist if we have to actively dismantle an ongoing protest. So we have plans in place, we have resources available to look at how we minimize those, and we will continue to work with groups that are involved in the demonstration to encourage and have them leave on their own accord before we do need to intervene.
I'm particularly concerned about the children and how that will be dealt with. Is this removing the children first? It is because clearly from what I saw this morning, there was resistance. These are people that have hunkered down after 20 days and feel empowered. And I am concerned about that. I know the Children's Aid is involved. Is this a matter of removing children first?
So I share your concern, Councillor Kavanaugh. I'm very concerned about the children and others that are in the protest area. We continue to work with the Children's Aid Society, with other youth and children's service providers to look at the best way we can to have any of those children removed prior to us entering into any sort of engagement. But again, it is a concern for us, and we're taking every step we can to mitigate that risk.
The other risk was school zones. We heard reports of those going to school zones, and it's very difficult to monitor so many schools, but I just wanted to know how that is being dealt with. Obviously, this is more complicated, but very important. And I know this is affecting the mental health of many children who we're hearing about, that not just parents.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we've indicated from the beginning of this demonstration and protest, that we take any reports that are around it extremely seriously. That includes the 15 reports of activity in and around schools that we've received to date. Most of those were towards the end of last week. We haven't seen an ongoing or increased activity in and around school zones. But I can tell you each of those incidents is being investigated, and we've actually increased our resources in and around school zones since we started to see an uptick in those reports. It's something we take very seriously as well. So we make sure that we have resources applied to school zones.
I appreciate it, especially as the downtown is emptied. I am concerned that there'll be a lot of, anyway, it's another concern. In terms of the integrated command center, the request previously was to have 1,800 officers. Do we have 1,800 officers now working?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, just go ahead.
Yeah, so what I can tell you is our integrated command center between the OPS, the RCMP, and the OPP has proved to be extremely effective. We've been able to get the resource requests that we've been asking for, and we're able to pull together the resources that we need to successfully and safely end the occupation. What I will not be able to provide is any detailed numbers of officers who we have brought into the city to mount any sort of activity that will help us finally resolve this.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the fact that there was a request, so but you can't be specific on whether it was totally committed to, because we were all confused about how they were going to be used. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Kitts, please.
Thank you. Welcome, Interim Chief Bell. It's not easy to take the reins mid-crisis, so thank you. We know that there are several satellite encampments popping up across the city, including two very close to where I live, actually, in Vars, and another one further down the street in Embrun. I've been in constant communication with the constable assigned to my area. He's been incredibly responsive and accessible. I've been conducting my own daily surveillance. It's remained relatively small, and I've connected with the Russell Township Mayor. But obviously the majority of our resources are needed downtown. So I was hoping you could give me an update on how you're monitoring these sites, and I guess what your message would be for nearby residents.
Yeah, so thank you for that question. We are aware of the activity in the area that we're speaking about. I'm very happy you're reporting good communication with our community police officers. That's what they're there for, and to provide that sort of information. We continue to work with our RCMP and OPP partners, as well as our joint intelligence group, to bring in information about activities of those areas and all areas associated with the demonstration. As we look, and as I indicated in my remarks, as we look to finalize the occupation of our streets, it will include finalizing all of the locations that exist and have been contributing to the illegal activities.
Okay, thank you for that. It's appreciated. We carried Councillor McKenney's motion at the last special council meeting requesting the RCMP to take over policing the parliamentary precinct. Was that request made, refused? If you could give an update on the status of that, that would be helpful.
So yes, thank you. Immediately there was good debate and good discussion around that motion at the time. I identified while that debate was occurring that based on the current Police Services Act and the legislation that exists around that, the motion as it was presented was not able to be completed. The RCMP will not come in and take over authority or responsibility for an area that is a municipal police agency's responsibility, because they aren't allowed under the Police Services Act. What we were able to provide and indicate, though, is I did understand the spirit of the motion and the intention of the motion, and through all of our deployment models, we've tried to make sure that we did achieve the spirit and intention of that motion so that we could have our members in our community where they best know our residents and it can help support them.
Okay. my last question, we know that obtaining resources from other levels of government have been an issue. You mentioned in your opening remarks that you're confident we have the resources now, and to respond to my colleague that we've had unparalleled cooperation with other levels. I guess my question is when did you see that shift? What changed?
So anytime you bring resources in, it takes time. The OPP and RCMP are both big machines that take time to actually identify the people to come with the resources and skill sets that we need and get them in onto the ground where we are, where they're most needed. We continued to work, and we have from very early days with the RCMP and OPP planning teams to really refine and identify what exactly were the resources we need and how do we get them into our city. That activity has greatly ramped up over the last week and particularly been refined and honed over the last 3 or 4 days so that we are seeing great cooperation and great allocation of resources to our city. So it's hard to specifically point to a time, but I can tell you it's been increasing and the cooperation and partnership has been growing every day.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you, Chief Bell. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brockington, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Interim Chief, for taking our questions. You said you have a plan, you have resources, you have the commitment to getting the job done. Can you confirm you do not seek or need any additional resources via City Council to achieve your objective? You have what you need. Is that correct?
That is correct. City Council has advocated for us from early days to get levels of cooperation from different municipalities and different levels of government, and we appreciate that. And all of that work has ultimately culminated in us being able to develop a plan that we plan to deliver to see a successful conclusion of this.
Will you commit to council and the people of Ottawa that there will not be an influx of protesters or occupiers coming downtown this weekend, or will police take action to ensure that does not happen?
I will commit to council that we have a good, well-resourced plan that we will execute from now moving ahead to end the occupation in this city.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Conseiller Fleury, s'il vous plaît.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and hi, Interim Chief. I want to coattail on the last ask or comment by Councillor Brockington. So, Chief, many businesses and residents want to know when they're going to get their life back, and it is Family Day long weekend. It is, it is an important time for us as a community, as a city. Are we recommending that businesses open this weekend along Rideau Street and the Byward Market?
So where I'll start with that is what I indicated in my statement. We have great empathy for the impacts that this illegal occupation has had on our residents, particularly in the neighboring areas to where the red zone is, where the footprint of the demonstration is, and to residents and businesses in Market, Centertown, Lower Town area. We know how disruptive this has been. We know how taxing and how stressful and how it's created feelings of unsafety and insecurity. We absolutely know that. Everything that we have done to date and now moving ahead has been intended to help restore that feeling of safety and security that people have to have in their own neighborhood, where they work, where they live. We now have developed a plan where we are actually going to bring the resources in, a plan that I'm not able to share timing of because of operational requirements for us to be able to execute it. But I can let you know we are as expeditiously as possible working on trying to get this demonstration finally concluded.
With your reference earlier to, it was Councillor Kitz's comment on the work of the RCMP and getting, I guess the spirit of that motion was really bringing Ottawa police officers back into our communities. And I've certainly seen officers back in the community at closed intersections. I certainly do not debate that. but there continues to be extreme concerns of public safety and for our businesses that have chosen to open, and for residents walking in their communities. So what can you share with us on that front? I know you are extremely cautious on how you're describing your plans of intervention, and I understand that. But we owe it to residents in the meantime and through this process to ensure that when they walk down the street, when they go to particular commerce on our main streets, that they can do so safely. And I've gone many times, and I myself don't feel safe. So I don't know if you're aware of that. I don't know if there's particular interventions by the OPS to be more present by foot outside of the intersections of closed streets in neighborhoods.
So I too have walked in those areas, and I understand the concern of our residents and of our business owners. From early days, we identified a surge capacity within those neighborhoods to specifically try and address those feelings of unsafety and insecurity. As we've received more resources over the past week, and particularly over the past number of days, I believe you would have seen an increased presence of officers within those areas. We will continue to have that increased presence because the safety and security of our residents and the fact that they've lost it is the number one concern for us. So all of our efforts are around ending this occupation and making sure that people feel safe where they live and work.
Certainly beyond the occupation, we will continue to necessitate a strong by-foot presence in these areas to regain public safety interest. I'd like to understand a bit better the decision tree of the Integrated Command Center. And I raise it, as you and Deputy Chief Ferguson are aware, we continue to see different elements reported. And when they make their way to that table, they're like an empty void. We never get information back or actions on the ground. So I've become a little delusioned by the work of that group, not in the spirit of their ability to intervene, but intervene on the occupation, but intervene on those micro information. And for example, we had incidents at the Bikers Church on the weekend. We've had vehicles park anywhere and everywhere in residential area outside of the occupation, and it's making its way up to the command center, and even local bylaw authorities are told not to go in and act, which frustrates community confidence in our ability to enforce. So I'd love to understand, my question is really the decision tree. What's the role? What's your role? What's the role of OPS? And how can we make sure that we don't lose sight of the local interests and the local actions that can help rebuild and bring community trust during this occupation?
So I am going to turn it over to Deputy Chief Ferguson to talk about the decision tree that we've developed. What I can tell you is we've worked closely with the OPP and our CMP to develop a command structure that has the common goal of doing exactly what you say, and that is remove the demonstrators and increase safety and security of our residents in the city. There is not a member who's not a member of any police service who's here that isn't actually directed towards that mission. I'll turn it over to Deputy Chief Ferguson and have her explain how our integrated command center and command model is working.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor, for your question. I know you and I have had some conversations about this, and it remains a frustration for you. There's a couple of different pieces. There's our own internal command center, which deals with a lot of the demands for service. And so the issue at the Bikers Church, and that was fed into that stream for them to be aware of it ahead of time and to be able to assign members to respond and provide a presence. The integrated command center that we announced yesterday or spoke of in the media yesterday is really, I'll try and make it as simple as possible, sort of a gold, silver, bronze, if you will. And the gold level is at the chief level, the commissioner level, and that really is a very strategic approach to it, keeping to the tenets of what we're trying to achieve here. The silver level is really the commanders in the seats who are making the decisions. So plans are fed up to those commanders. They review and assess and are, have gone through several levels before it gets to them. And they are the decision makers in that model. And then the bronze are really the people who are separated out into their specific subject matter experts. So planning, logistics, operations, intelligence, those pieces. So there's many different boxes that feed up to that that silver level where the decisions are made. And there's media involved, there's finance. It's a really well-oiled machine. So when you get an incident or something that is reported through that, it should go through our operations piece, and they assess it against the risk and all of the other priorities that they have going on, and a decision is made as to what resources to apply to that. So I hope that helps a little bit.
How do we, just a further clarification, so how do we get a local intervention not lost in the bigger planning efforts? That's how it feels, certainly over the last 2 weeks.
I can appreciate that, and I'm looking at the numbers right now of the officers who are deployed currently, who were sent out as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, and over 50% of our officers are on, and I mean by Ottawa police officers, are in our areas. So we have, the community safety teams or community engagement teams. That is all Ottawa police officers. We do have our traffic unit who is out there, who knows the intersections, who's aware of the complaints and are receiving those and responding to them. So we have done what we could strategically to place members of the RCMP and the OPP who may not be familiar with our city to static posts, to traffic posts, to limiting access and egress to the red zone, if you will, and made the best use of our people, which is out in the communities and doing what they can.
Okay, my last question is, there was a planned motion in relation to an ask for the military. And my interest in that motion was specific to understand the need for equipment and logistics. Most of us are born and raised in Ottawa, and we can appreciate how Canada Day over the years has changed, where in most recent years, there's been checkpoints with bags and so on. And that takes a lot of barricades. It takes a lot of people, resources to monitor the ins and outs. Beyond that, I think not even if I don't have the details of your plan, if some of the rigs choose not to move, it is not local OC Transpo towing that can manage the tens of rigs that would need to be moved. So I want to understand how serious of a conversation we have had with the province and the feds to present serious shortfalls on equipment such as towing to advance our local plans. And I'm not looking to get into a particular tactic. That is not my intention here. But my intention is it requires a number of plans. You've expressed earlier the issue of families and kids. You've expressed the issue of resources. Ultimately, you'll get to a point where you'll have to make arrests and move people out. What's remaining is trucks. And as you know, to get our locals' life back, it requires some of those corridors to be reopened. So I'm interested to understand what thoughts you have around that sort of equipment need going forward.
So every conversation we've had around this has been exceptionally serious. We continue to work with all levels of government to look and build all of the plans and get all the logistical resources that we need to mount a successful operation. We are working continuously to encourage people to peacefully leave the city, leave the footprint right now. But I can tell you all of the plans, and I won't go into details of them, but all of the plans and all of the considerations that are needed to actually mount an operation to remove People and equipment from the downtown core have been developed by some of the, if not the best planners in the country to make sure that when we do begin this, that it is successful and ultimately ends this protest.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your intervention and responses.
Merci, Conseil. Councillor Menard, please.
Yeah, I'm going to ask a quick question and then I'm going to hand it off to Councillor McKenney, who is currently on the street in the community where they've been this entire time. And so residents have been livid with us, with police, with inaction, and about the contradictions they're hearing. So we're hearing competing messages all the time. First, we heard that this was peaceful, and then that there could be violence. And then when there was minimal enforcement, there was no physical violence. So people are wondering what the truth is. And then we keep hearing that this is an unprecedented situation. We hear that over and over again, but I don't buy that. In 2019, some of the exact same organizers did a very similar action with a GoFundMe, with a convoy of trucks that went to the Hill and parked there, with refueling of other people's trucks, with some of the exact same messages. And we also saw posts that this was coming and that they were going to stay long-term this time. So why didn't we see this coming initially, properly prepare the city, and why do we keep hearing contradictions?
So, Councillor Menard, I share your frustration. I share your frustration that these people are still in our city, that our streets are still overtaken. So I completely understand the frustration, anger, upsetness that you're representing on behalf of almost every citizen of this city. We share that frustration. We have continually been monitoring and assessing the progress of this demonstration that, as you just identified, has changed in dynamic over the past several weeks as it has arrived here, as it has started out as a protest and then occupied our streets for the last 2.5 weeks. We will continue to manage and monitor it. We will continue to develop our plans and look at how we implement the plan that we're here to tell you about today to ultimately end this protest.
I hope it happens as soon as possible. Today would be a good day. I'm going to cede my time to Councillor McKenney.
Well, she's next anyways, Councillor. So Councillor McKenney.
Yeah, they are next, Mayor.
Thank you. I am out here on the street, as you can see, where people live.
We're never fucking leaving.
Yeah, hi there. Where people live. And here we are Wednesday in the evening. We couldn't even have this meeting early in the day. I have not heard from anyone, whether it's the city, whether it's police, anyone, what is the plan to protect the people who live downtown, who are under siege, who continue to be under siege. And there is, I don't know who is, hi bud, I don't know who is counting trucks. I don't know who is counting what is happening here, but I can tell you that the street is not cleared. Our residential area is not cleared. The smell of diesel fumes right now is actually sickening. And I want to know, and I want to know specifically, and I'm going to ask the city later on, what is the plan for this weekend? What is the plan so that we don't get thousands of people back on our streets, adding to this mayhem and chaos? What are we doing? How are you stopping people from coming in on the weekend to add to what is already here?
So thank you for your question, Councillor McKenney. And again, I completely understand the frustration that you're articulating on behalf of your residents. We are actively working, as I indicated, we're actively working and have developed a plan that is adequately and appropriately resourced to ultimately end this occupation. That is what you will see us roll out over the next coming days to successfully have everyone removed from our streets.
But again, I'm not hearing what is the plan to ensure that this mayhem and chaos.
I love you guys. I love you.
I know you do.
We're not leaving.
What is the plan so that this mayhem and chaos is not added to on the weekend? Like, what are we doing? Are we blocking streets? What are we doing? Are we blocking off-ramps? We must be doing something because we cannot have another dangerous weekend in our downtown.
So, Councillor McKenney, I can't speak to the specifics of the plan because it would jeopardize its operational success. But what I can tell you is there's a number of interventions that you will see, that you have already seen over the last 24 hours, and you will continue to see over the next day and coming days that will achieve exactly what you're asking for.
And will that ensure that we don't get a surge of new sympathizers to this occupation, illegal occupation, on the weekend?
That is absolutely part of our planning and rollout.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to have very similar questions for city staff when we go to that portion, because I have not so much as had a message from city staff. We are tired. We are fed up. You can see what people are living under here. It is not okay. And now we're playing political games here today. And I've had it. I pleaded with people, but now people in the downtown are angry and they want action. I'll have many more questions later. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Aguilar, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Chief Bell. I'm going to call you Chief, not acting, not interim, because right now you are the Chief. And I thank you for stepping up in a very difficult time to take on that role. My question to you is: you've said several times that there's a plan that's going to unroll over the next couple of days. You can't give us the details. I understand why you don't want to give operational details in public. I understand that. But what I want to know is, you were appointed yesterday. Is this your plan? Is this, without giving us details, is this what you would have done? Is this how you would have rolled it out? Because you have to be invested in this plan. The residents of the city have lost faith that there is a plan, that there's a way forward. So I want to hear from you whether this is a plan you are comfortable with, a plan that you would have proceeded with in any event, or if this is a plan that you've inherited and you're tweaking it and you're stuck with what you've got, or is this Chief Bell's plan to fix this problem?
So I'll start with my investment. What I'll say is I am absolutely invested to work with our partners to end this occupation. Know that I represent that on behalf of every member of our police service who is invested in ending this occupation. Like I indicated earlier, we've brought in some of the best planning minds in terms of these operations from across the country. I've been fully briefed on the plan, and I have absolute confidence and support that this is the plan that we will roll out and will have success to end the occupation of our streets. There is the investment of our police service, there's the investment of the RCMP, the OPP, and multiple other municipal police services from Ontario and across Canada that are working towards the common goal to deliver this plan to have a successful end to this.
Thank you for that, Chief. And a quick follow-up, more of a procedural or practical question. I think you're hearing the frustration from a lot of councillors that we don't know what's going on. Not whether we can direct you or not, but we don't know what's going on because there's Police Services Board and there's council. And there's the ability at Police Services Board to go in camera. and to brief police service board members. I don't know how much detail you go into about plans or not, but is there a mechanism for counselors to be included in camera briefings via the police services board?
So that would be a question that I would turn over to David White and City Legal to actually answer.
Okay, I'm fine to hear from Mr. White.
Mr. Mayor, the determination, as in the same way that council and its committees determine who it is prepared to invite into its in-camera briefings, depending on the matter that's to be considered. Again, that would be a question that would be in the purview of the Police Services Board. As to the scope of information, of operational information that can be shared even with the Police Services Board. Again, even the board itself is not entitled to direct the chief with respect to specific operational decisions, or with, as you know, with the day-to-day management of the police service. And so that may circumscribe even the amount of operational information that the police can or are prepared to share with respect to an ongoing operation like this. So, is there a mechanism for it? I think the mechanism may exist. As to whether that will provide members of council with the degree of information, and again, whether police are comfortable sharing that degree of information, even in that context, is something that I think you'd need to explore with the board, and presumably in conjunction with the chief.
Oh, thank you for that clarification, Mr. White. And let me be clear, it was not my intent to suggest in any way that council could direct the police. I think we all understand that's not the case, and it's not within our sphere of authority. Just a quick follow-up though, Mr. White, as you've gone off camera, is when you said that would have to go through the board, is that through the board in its entirety, or is that a decision that the chair of the board would make? Or does the board have to vote on whether or not to include members of council in-camera hearings?
Mr. Mayor, in response, the board is ultimately, as is council, kind of the master of its procedure in that regard. And from my perspective, I'm not aware of anything in their procedure bylaw that would allow that decision to be made solely, for example, by the chair.
So would a board member have to put forth that motion, or would a council member have to put forward the request in writing? How would that work?
Mr. Mayor, given that it's something I'm not aware has been done before, that's procedurally, I think that's something we need to explore with the board's executive executive director.
Okay, thank you. I just think it's something that many council members would like the answer to, that whether it's possible, the how of it, procedurally that could occur. So I'll leave that with you, Mr. White, and I'm certain that you'll get back to council with what the answer is. So thank you for that. I have nothing more, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Luloff, please.
Hey, Chief, I appreciate how accessible that you've always been to me and to us. And I appreciate how accessible you've been over the last 24 hours, given the current situation. So just a quick note of thanks to you, sir. I'm pleased to hear of your plan and to hear your commitments. It really is a ray of hope to those that have felt under siege for weeks. I'm concerned that those who remain may not be interested in leaving peacefully. Built up areas make operations such as this very difficult. I don't want specifics, but do you have mitigation measures in place to ensure that any operation to end this keeps nearby residents safe?
Thank you for the question. It's a great question. I can tell you the safety and security of the members of the public are paramount first and foremost. Then is the safety of the demonstrators and safety of our police officers engaged in the operation. So every plan we have is centered and starts around public safety and the safety of our community members.
And bystanders as well, people living in adjacent buildings. Okay, great. What's your message to the residents that live nearby or in the middle of this prior to any plan being executed or rolled out?
Start with the empathy. I know how they feel. I know how frustrated they are. I know that they haven't seen the action that they need, that they've deserved over the last number of days, over the last number of weeks. What I can tell them is, what I would tell them is, there's an absolute commitment from this leadership, this police service, and our partners across the country to end this so that they can get their lives back, so they can feel safe in their homes and where they work. That would be my message.
We're seeing some of the main organizers posting that they are leaving. Some leaving to other provinces, pardon my dogs, perhaps to save face and avoid your enforcement efforts. What can I tell the residents about those who have broken the law here in the city and are now trying to leave before any arrests are made?
So what I can let you know is one of the main pillars we started out from very early days was the ability to collect intelligence and evidence on those that occupied here. If they pick up and leave, there still will be consequences for the occupation and the damage they've caused to our cities and the residents of it. The day this ends is not the day the occupation in the street ends, is not the day this criminal process, HTA fining process ends. That will go on for many months after this, and people will be held accountable for what they've done to our city.
Thanks for that, Chief. So let's set some expectations here. So from start to finish, and we're not asking for timing, not looking for specifics, what's the kind of timeline that you're anticipating from start to finish of your efforts?
So I can't give, for operational reasons, I can't give timelines. I know it's the question everyone wants to hear. I can't provide them because we have to maintain operational security so that we can have success in executing it. What I can tell you is it's not going to be it's not a quick turnaround. This is an operation that will take time over a number of days to actually execute and achieve. Again, my deep desire is people leave our city. Those that are occupying our city, get in your vehicles and go home. We're starting to actually increase pressure on them and encourage them to leave our streets. My absolute hope is that they do that prior to us having to intervene.
Thank you very much, Chief. I have more to say later, obviously, but I want you to be able to get back to doing your job. So thank you, friends. I really appreciate you coming out today.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Gower, please.
Chief, last week the police service had started doing daily media updates. I understand the last 24 hours have been extraordinary. Is there a plan to restart those, or what is your plan for media updates over the next few days?
So we will have announcements as part of the rollout of the culmination of the occupation around our media strategy and the media's availability to make sure that we're providing the most up-to-date and timely information on the progress.
Okay. I'll leave it there. Thank you for your time and for answering questions from council today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor King, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Interim Chief Bell, for providing this update. Just had a quick question. During the duration of this meeting, we saw an additional further notice be issued to demonstrators from OPS. I was just wondering if you could give us a little bit of detail in terms of the difference of the document that has just been issued now versus what has been circulated earlier this morning at different sites, as well as to where these, I guess, notices have been circulated throughout the city in terms of location.
So in every location that there is demonstrator occupation activities, we have actually engaged with them both physically in terms of dialogue as well as media releases, written materials as we move ahead. What you've seen is a stepped up approach through the day. The latest release is again an escalation in our messaging to protesters and demonstrators. And I've said it many times, leave. It is time to go home. We want you to peacefully exit our city. We will facilitate that to get you back on the road and go back to wherever you came from. This is going to end. So we need you to leave in a peaceful manner. You're seeing our messaging being increasingly clear on the need for people to exit our streets.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor.
We're coming up on the chief's time, so I'd ask Councillor El-Shantiri, and then I think the chief has to be back for a meeting that started 5-10 minutes ago. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Acting Chief. My question actually to Mr. White, as I look at some of the history, I believe Mr. White, the board can invite councillor for in-camera briefing. Presumably, they will follow the rules and regulations the police board member has to follow. So if there's an oath need to be shared, or to keep this in camera, I think it could be done, because I was looking at Justice Morden's report, the one about the G20, and there's an ability for the board to be able to ask about their operational plan, not necessarily interfere in their plan, but they can ask about the plan and what the plan is. And I don't have to tell you about Morden's report, because you and I, we study it to death at some point, but there is ability for council to join a police board colleagues in the in-camera meeting, presumably that, they keep it confidential, and the operational, it will be limited. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor, I'm just going to check with the chief. There's Councillor Menard has a question. Do you have the time, Chief?
So, Mr. Mayor, thank you for checking. I can take one final question, but I do have to go because our partners are waiting.
Okay, Councillor Menard.
I'll be quick. It's one question. There's likely to be counter protests if no action is taken. We've already seen them in some cases, given the failure to act so far. I'm wondering how you'll enforce Emergency Act measures if there is counter protests.
Again, I understand the frustration of our residents, and we've been clear about that throughout this, that we absolutely understand their feelings as they come into this. We would ask, we have a plan. We have a plan that's well resourced, that will be well executed. We ask that there not be counter protests so that we can properly execute that plan and not divert valuable resources away from what is everyone's overall goal, to remove this occupation from our streets.
Okay, and how will you enforce? There's going to be counter protests in all likelihood, regardless of that. So how will you enforce?
So we'll enforce the laws as we have, and as our plan is throughout and moving ahead.
Okay, I hope we side with the residents of Ottawa on this one. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Acting Chief Bell and your team. We wish you the very best, a very challenging time for our community and for our city and our police service. And I know that you have other obligations tonight, and you've been working very long hours, so we very much appreciate you spending some time with us. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone.
Councillor Moffat has a motion, seconded by Councillor Dudas. We'll put it on the screen. Councillor Moffat.
Just one moment, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. So this is a motion in relation to the Police Services Board. Whereas the Ottawa...
Sorry, I'm just on procedure, point of order on procedure. We have a number of motions that have been submitted. Just wondering why this one is coming first.
Because it deals with the Police Services Board, and that's the section we're on right now.
Okay, all the motions are in order today, though, as I understand it. They all deal with varying topics that we have today. We have two briefings today, one from the city manager, one from police. So my understanding, Mayor, is this is not the first motion that should be read in, that we have other motions that have been submitted and that those should be read in.
The last in, first voted on is the policy the deputy clerk has just told me, and this was the last in. So Councillor Moffat, if you'd like to introduce the motion, please.
Councillor Fleury, you should speak up.
Thanks. I'm just going to read the motion. Thanks. Whereas the Ottawa Police Service has been the lead agency in charge of dealing with the illegal occupation of the City of Ottawa by the self-described Freedom Convoy 2022, which began on Friday, January 28th, 2022. And whereas to date, the OPS has been unable to achieve the effective containment and elimination of the occupiers who are well-funded and have been allowed to become entrenched rather than dispersed. And whereas the Ottawa Police Services Board is charged with providing the OPS with the resources it needs to perform effective policing. And whereas it is now widely understood that more resources should have been called for and sooner, and Chief Peter Slowly has resigned, and interim Chief Steve Bell is now leading the service. And whereas the City of Ottawa and the Province of Ontario have declared states of emergency, the Government of Canada has invoked the Federal Emergencies Act, and the federal and provincial governments have provided significant additional policing resources, as well as additional enforcement tools to provide the Ottawa Police Service with all of the levers it needs to end this unlawful, aggressive occupation being significantly funded from foreign sources. And whereas the Province of Ontario recently designated Chief Superintendent, Regional Commander Carson Party as their lead in Ottawa, and the Government of Canada identified the Deputy Commissioner for Federal Policing, Michael Duhem, as the RCMP lead in the integrated command structure, and whereas Acting Chief Steve Bell has already initiated a strong trilateral relationship with the two other levels of government to move to the end of the current occupation, and whereas to date the Ottawa Police Service Board has not been effective in their oversight function, and in order to help restore public trust, the Vice Chair Smallwood has indicated his willingness to resign. And whereas City Council believes that interim Ottawa Police Services Board with more experience with emergency operations will allow interim Chief Bell to focus all of his efforts and that of his leadership team on using all the tools and resources at his disposal to take necessary actions to end the illegal occupation peacefully and finally, while continuing to provide information to the public, the OPS Board, and City Council. And whereas Councillor Chantieri has extensive national, provincial, and local experience related to police service boards, including as chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board, chair of the Ontario Association of Police Services Boards, and as a member of the board of the Canadian Association of Police Governance. And there are other members of council and former citizen appointees who also have more experience in oversight of the police during emergency operations and who are willing to serve again in this capacity on an interim basis to help stabilize the board during emergency operations. And whereas Councillor Harder served on the Ottawa Police Services Board for 7 years and sat on the hiring committee for 1 chief and 2 deputy chiefs, and whereas following the end of the occupation and emergency operations, there will be a need to review all of the actions undertaken related to the occupation by the Ottawa Police Service and its board. And whereas the Ottawa Police Services Board will also need to hire its next chief, which Council expects will be done following a meaningful and constructive consultation with the community, and in particular with marginalized communities who have been over-policed. And Councillor King will be key to these efforts, given his role as Council Liaison for Anti-Racism and Ethno-Cultural Relations Initiatives. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council approve replacing current City Council appointees for the Ottawa Police Services Board as follows, effective immediately. 1, Councillor Eli L. Chantieri in the seat reserved statute for the mayor, replacing Councillor Diane Deans, and that Eli L. Chantieri be recommended to the board to be its chair. 2, Councillor Jan Harder, replacing Councillor Caroline Meehan. 3, Suzanne Valaquette, replacing Sandy Smallwood, who has resigned. And be it further resolved that City Council request the Executive Director of the Ottawa Police Services Board call a special meeting of the board in accordance with the rules of procedure to be held no later than 1 p.m. on Thursday, February 17th, 2022, to elect a new chair and vice chair. And be it further resolved that the City Clerk be directed to undertake a circulation of those members of council who wish to serve on the Police Services Board for the remainder of the term, to begin the work of consultation on the hiring of the new chief, including community consultation and undertaking a review of the actions of the Ottawa Police Services Board and Ottawa Police Service related to the occupation, and that the clerk bring forward the results of this circulation as soon as practicable following the end of the current related states of emergency. and be it further resolved that the City Council thank the departing members of the Ottawa Police Services Board for their work this term.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. That is moved by Councillor Moffat, seconded by Councillor Dudas.
Point of order, Mayor. I haven't seen the motion. This is the first I'm seeing of it. Is it being distributed to all councillors? I'm sure the Watson Club's seen the motion, but I haven't seen it.
If you would circulate it, Deputy Clerk, thank you.
Thanks so much. Or if Watson Club could just forward it to us, that'd be great.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fleury, please.
Mr. Mayor, since the beginning of this meeting, there's been new information that have not been validated by our current members of the Ottawa Police Services Board, which could potentially influence how we vote on this motion. So I'd love for us to go in camera. There are a number of questions that I have as a member of council to our representative on the Ottawa Police Services Board. And I don't believe they're able to provide answers in the current format. So I'm looking for procedural clarification on how would we move in camera specifically for the decisions of the last 24 hours and the latest information that's been released. I'm looking for clarity prior to us considering this motion.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Well, we can certainly move in camera to discuss only those aspects of human resource or individual identified people. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
So Councillor Cloutier and Councillor Kitts have a motion to resolve in camera. There's a request for that by Councillor Fleury. So Councillor Cloutier, would you introduce the standard motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Be it resolved that City Council resolve in camera pursuant to the Procedure Bylaw 2021-24, subsection 13(1)B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including staff, and 13(1)F, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privileges, including communications necessary for that purpose, in order to receive legal advice and discuss confidential security, legal, and personnel matters related to the truck convoy demonstration. That is seconded by Councillor Kitts.
Okay. Before we vote, Councillor, our Deputy Clerk, can you explain the next steps?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Upon approval of the motion to resolve in camera, we will send all members of council confidential Microsoft Teams details so they may join the in-camera session. At that point, clerk staff will move all members of council and staff to attendees in the Zoom meeting so that they cannot accidentally share any information from the in-camera session. And members will be reminded to join the in-camera session from a location where they cannot be overheard. So if the motion to resolve in camera is approved, members will receive an email with the information on how to join the in-camera session. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Menard on the motion to go in camera.
Yes, we haven't heard from the city manager yet. We haven't had any questions of the city manager. That's on the agenda. We have a number of other motions that were previously submitted to everybody in advance. And so when are those motions going to be considered? And why can't we hear from the city manager before we have this very divisive, nothing surprising for this council under your tenureship here, Mayor, but why can't we have the discussion with the city manager first before we go into this very divisive debate about this one motion that has been put forward last minute?
Well, we're dealing with item 1, Councillor, and the city manager's report is item 2. So all items involving number 1 are dealt with now, and then we just go logically to number 2.
Sure. Why do we have one motion now and not the other 7 motions that have been previously tabled? Where are those coming?
They're coming right after item 2.
Right after item 2? That doesn't make any sense. Sorry. What are you talking about?
We have 2 items, and then we have motions. And we're on item number 1. And item number 1 has 1 motion. Item 2 is an update from City Manager and Kim Ayat. And then the third aspect are the motions that we received in reverse order.
So we have a motion now from today. So is that motion going to be considered third after the briefing from the City Manager? I'm wondering why we're considering it now why we're going in camera now when all the other motions haven't been tabled. We've just given credence and favoritism, again, under your chairship, as is the usual case with you, Mayor, to one particular motion. Again, ignoring the rules of the other motions that have come forward on this exact same topic, which we're dealing with the crisis in our city, which you failed to manage. So I'd like to know when the other motions are going to be tabled and if we can have proper order, unlike your normal chairing, which is completely undemocratic.
Okay, thank you for your input. So we have a motion
Yeah,
before us.
so when are they, Mayor? When are the motions going to be considered? Start getting order in the chamber by having proper procedure is what I'm asking you for. Instead of favoritism.
We're going to deal with
Point of order, Mayor. Point of order, Mayor.
Councillor Harder, on a point of order.
Councillor Menard wants to bring this up, then he needs to challenge the chair. That's the proper procedure. Are you challenging the chair?
What I'm asking for is for the meeting agenda to be followed as a normal meeting agenda would be followed. We have several motions that have been put forward. So far, we only have the one motion that has been tabled today. I'm wondering why that is the case. We haven't heard from the city manager either. So I'm wanting for a regular process of a meeting to take place and not something that is separate than that, which again dilutes the debate for favoritism in this case. So I'm asking for a regular procedure to take place in this meeting. That's what I'm asking for. I'm not asking for challenge the chair. There's a procedure here that is not being followed. The chair is should be not ruling in this matter on this because you're not following the rules properly.
So thank you, Councillor Menard. As I've indicated, we're on item number 1. This motion deals with item number 1. Then we go to item number 2, and then we go to the motions. So we have a motion before us, moved by Councillor Cloutier, seconded by Councillor Kitts, that we resolve in camera. Carried? Adopté?
Carried.
Okay. All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Merci.
Members will be receiving the email with the team's details very shortly.
Oui, on t'entend bien, merci.
Merci, Kevin.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of those joining us online, the Ottawa City Council just met in camera in order to receive legal advice and discuss confidentiality, security, and personnel matters related to the truck convoy demonstration and the motion that is before Council. These matters will not be reported out as they relate to subsections 13(1)(b), personnel matters of an identifiable individual, including staff, and 13(1)(f), the receiving advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for the purpose. During the in-camera session, no votes were taken other than the procedural motion and were directions to staff, and the one procedural motion that was approved was that the meeting go beyond 7 p.m. So we're back with the motion by Councillor Moffat, seconded by Councillor Dudas. So for questions and comments, please. Councillor King, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. As a member of the police board, I was pleased to have the opportunity to improve the strategic direction of the police service under the leadership of Chair Deans. While board members cannot provide structural reform to policing, since that is not the role, and that's not the role at the board level, but is the role of the province, the chair, in my estimation, worked towards substantive functional reform of the police service within the framework of the Police Services Act. Under her leadership of the board, she committed to doing things differently and undertook exploring more innovative and progressive approaches to community safety and well-being to produce better outcomes for everyone residing in the City of Ottawa. Most importantly, she was committed to listening to all community members, despite the many difficult conversations we undertook with the community. It was a difficult journey, but I'm happy to have taken it in my short time at the board with the chair. Over my tenure under her leadership, the board had voted for the creation of a new independent community-led mental health strategy to detask police services for most mental health interventions. And we saw that shift from the police services board to the city as the board was listening to the community. We meaningfully worked to reduce funding below current 2021 budget levels in order to jumpstart shared social service responsibility for public safety in the city. We approved a mediated consultation process to address building trust with Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities with the Police Services Board. We worked to address workplace harassment and violence through a multi-year action plan. We approved the development of a partnership to work with Black, Indigenous, and racialized organizations to engage in alternative models of public safety. We formally developed ties with the city's new anti-racism secretariat and the police service to share best practices concerning the enhancement of equity and human rights to address institutional racism at the police service. And we worked with board colleagues at the board on its policy and governance committee to monitor the implementation of the police services equity, diversity, and inclusion plan. In the course of this crisis, we fully exercised our responsibilities in the most serious way as defined by the Police Services Act and fully exercised those duties in terms of oversight. Just last night, we were asking all the hard questions that were necessary. During this crisis, we made every request for necessary resources and asked the toughest questions at regular intervals, both in camera and publicly, as a collective to pursue the rapid conclusion of this illegal occupation. As we know, the Police Services Board by law cannot and does not direct or interfere with operational matters of the police service in order to ensure that the police have independence from political influence when enforcing the law. We've all seen our email boxes explode with people telling us how to undertake tactics. We don't serve that role in a democracy. Responsibilities for operational matters are ultimately under the full authority of the Chief of Police. These constraints made for understandable frustration in the community. Everybody's frustrated in this situation. But the reality, with one of my former colleagues at this board, he did note that the police governance model is set up for failure in Ontario. And I think that this is really demonstrating that. This incident has really brought this challenge around police governance to the surface. Since the mayor has a different vision of police governance in this city, I will be tendering my resignation forthwith. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor, and thank you for your service. Councillor Menard, please.
Well, there you have it, Mayor. You just saw Ralston King resign from the police board because of your actions and your club's actions here. You've been writing articles in community newspapers about the city's anti-racism strategy. And you've referenced Councillor King in there repeatedly, article after article. And now this last second intervention by you, which most members of council that you've systematically divided since the beginning of this term, we're not aware of. So really what you're doing here is blowing up the police board in order to insert your own people that'll be loyal to you, like you've been doing all term on every other committee. So I've got some questions because I also see a story about an interim chief being hired, and I want to make sure that the facts are on the table. So did the OPSB have the authority to appoint an interim chief during this crisis?
If I can, as the chair of the board, I'd like to answer that question because I think it is best directed to me. I feel a need to explain the structure of the Ottawa Police Services Board. The Police Services Board is wholly independent from council. Council appoints 3 members of council to the board and 1 community member, but that is the only role for Ottawa City Council in the functioning of police services in the city of Ottawa. Police services have their own oversight body. It's called the Police Services Board. It has its own act, the Police Services Act, and its jurisdiction is under the Solicitor General of Ontario. The board is the sole decision-making body of police services in Ottawa. The sole governance body. It's an oversight body. It's a body of citizens. It has very limited powers, cannot direct the chief, cannot direct operations. It ensures that the main purpose of the Police Services Board's oversight role is to ensure the provision of adequate and effective policing in the city of Ottawa. And other than that, it's to hire the senior command for the police service in Ottawa. So those are the primary functions. So when you ask the question, Councillor Menard, did we have the authority? We have the only authority. City Council does not have any authority to appoint or make decisions about the senior command. That rests solely with the Police Services Board.
I appreciate that, Chair Deans, and I'm trying to get the facts out for the public as well, because I've seen some stories that are not accurate saying that there's been a permanent chief hired, which is inaccurate. So did you act within the law when you hired an interim chief, and is the appointment indeed on a short-term interim basis in this case?
Yeah, so the Police Services Board, and let me just say how unfortunate I feel that this situation is today, because the person who was selected to provide an interim function as chief until we could go through a proper community process of hiring a new chief, that announcement has not been made by the Police Services Board. And so, having people hurl allegations at him and before it's even been announced and before I've even had an opportunity to speak to Deputy Chief Bell, I think is just horrific and unbecoming of this council to pull this stunt today, but, you know, we've been on this council long enough to know how this council functions under Mayor Watson's direction. So I don't think it's entirely surprising, but I think it is very unfortunate.
Yeah, absolutely. It is quite disgusting what's happening here today, and I'm disgusted with many of my colleagues here today. I understand that Sandy Smallwood has also given his resignation. Mayor, did he give you a reason why he resigned?
No, I didn't speak to him.
I have a reason he sent me. He said that he notified, hold on, let me just find it here. Just one second, I'll just open it up.
Mr. Mayor?
He
Yes,
said,
Mr. Clerk.
Mayor's City Clerk,
Yep, go ahead.
I would just like to ensure that if anything is read from other people, that they have provided their consent, that council share these types of information, and whatever the correspondence may say. I just want to state that.
okay, well, he said he has told the media that he resigned because Eli El-Shantiri trashed the Police Services Board.
Okay, and the proposal in front of us right now is to appoint Councillor El-Shantiri as the new chair of the police board, as well as Councillor Harder to replace Councillor Meehan. I'm just wondering why that decision is being made, Mayor, or to the mover of the motion. What is it that Councillor Harder can bring to the position that you think is so important to replace a person who's been asking tough questions at the police board, like Caroline Meehan or like Ralston King?
Councillor Moffat, your motion, do you want to raise Councillor Harder's experience? I believe it's on page 2 of the document.
Yeah, to be clear, the last thing I want to do is replace Ralston King. So
it's happening. So
well, that's not my choice. Let's be fair. That's not my choice. We just heard
it's happening because it's your motion. That's why it's happening.
Sure. So when it comes to Councillor Harder, she's already been on the Police Services Board. We're looking for stability in the interim, and then circulating interest for being on the Police Services Board for the remainder of the term. Councillor Harder has maybe the second most seniority on this council when it comes to service on the Police Services Board. So at this point, that's what went into the decision, and that's what I feel makes sense, and that's why it's in the motion.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't think respectfully that is enough of a reason to replace this member. So I respectfully disagree that I'm shocked this is happening at this point, given the amount of people you're replacing here. And I think that they're being thrown under the bus for very political reasons. And it's unfortunate that's the case. I also would just note that this emergency meeting we've had has been canceled twice now. It's supposed to be Monday. And now we've got, the entire board almost resigning. Certainly all of council's appointments. The provincial appointments would remain, as I understand, although maybe they'll resign too, given what's happening here today. So I'll probably get back on the list, Mayor, but very disgusted in your actions today.
Councillor McKenney, please.
So I guess the word of the evening is, in the day or the last 2 days, really is scapegoat. And what we've scapegoated now is the first Black police chief in the city of Ottawa, only the second woman to ever chair Police Services Board. And I believe the first one, Marion Dewar, was also tossed from chair as Police Services Board. So we have a long history of misogyny, city of Ottawa, and racism. And now what we have is our colleague, Councillor King, who has resigned, and all the mayor could say is thank you and move on. I mean, the gross negligence of what has happened in this city, the negligence that has put people's lives at risk, and especially this coming weekend and moving forward, because there is no clear plan anymore. I think it's shocking that, you know, anyone would suggest we need a few days or a week to, you know, pull ourselves together. You obviously have not been down there. You obviously did not live down in Centertown. The negligence goes far beyond any, like, it's us as a city council. Police Services Board, perhaps. Federal government, huge. Provincial government, huge. We all share in it. We all share in it. But what's happening tonight, this motion that we are debating tonight, is political. It is a power grab by this mayor, because why else would we be appointing Councillor Eli El-Shantiri, who, I'll remind you, went to the wedding of a former chief of police at one point. A little conflict of interest there, but we're not going to Google that tonight, are we? And Councillor Harder, who we had to let go from Planning Committee and all of our other committees because our Integrity Commissioner found her negligent of the Code of Conflict. What is the matter with us? Why, if this is not a political move, then why not an urban councillor? This is happening in our downtown. This is happening, not in your wards, in mine. And Matt Fleury's and some of the other urban councillors are feeling some of the effects, but it is happening to my residents. So if this is not a power grab, then why not an urban councillor? Why another rural and suburban councillor? And I'll tell you this, in the middle of a crisis, here we are Wednesday night at 7:30. You don't care. You do not care, Mayor, because this meeting would have happened Monday so that we could get answers in time for people to know what they need to do to prepare for the weekend. Because every weekend gets more and more dangerous for people who live on Lisgar and Metcalfe and Cooper and Queen and Bay. Every hour matters, but here we are Wednesday night because you wanted to see if your failed attempt to deal with illegal occupiers was going to work. Well, it didn't work. And it was illegal. And now they're like stuck up on Wellington. We had a 21-year-old who knows more than we do, went out and got an injunction against horns. Honestly, you know, this is I can't even begin to look at where we have failed one residential neighborhood. Public health. When the floods happened, when the tornado happened, they went out. Respite centers. They went out. Wellness checks. I'll finish. I will finish. You'll cut out from my mic, but I will finish. Wellness checks. Respite centers. Nothing has happened here. I have not had a phone call from the chair of the Board of Health, medical officer of health, the city manager, the general manager of emergency and protective services. The mayor was only like shamed into meeting with me once, and Councillor Fleury. Not one phone call from any of you. You do not care about the residents of the downtown. Don't call me and don't send me messages anymore asking if you can come and help me to respond to emails. It's not what I need. I need stability in this city today. I need it to be stable. And getting rid of half of the board of the police services is not stability. It is not what we need today. There will be time. There will be a postmortem and we'll all answer to it. There will be an inquiry and we'll all answer to it. Did we ask? I will too. I will too. Did I ask the right questions? Did I do enough for the people who elected me to keep them safe? We will all ask for that. We will all answer to that. But now this is because you don't actually care. If you cared about the people living on Kent Street, if you cared about the people living on Bay, living on Lion, living on Queen, we would not be having this conversation tonight. Instead, at 7:32 now, we would be asking our police, we would be asking our emergency response, we would be asking our city manager and our mayor, what is the plan for the weekend? What is the plan so that more people don't come back into this city and that it doesn't cause the mayhem and chaos and harassment and violence that the last 2 weekends have caused? You don't actually care, or we would not be having this conversation right now. Councillor King, I am sorry. I am sorry that you were dismissed. And Mayor Watson, I have lost all confidence in you as a mayor of the city of Ottawa.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan, please.
You're on mute, Caroline.
I think you're on mute, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you. You gave me a little minute to compose myself. I can't, I'm astounded by what's happening here tonight. I'm sorry. I'm an emotional person. But I can say that I'm truly disgusted with the cheap political stunt that is being played out here tonight. Councillor Deans has led the Police Services Board with integrity and compassion. I'm not going to list all the accomplishments that this police board has made under her leadership. My fellow councillor, Ralston King, and my fellow police board colleague has listed it so eloquently earlier in this meeting, but and I thank him for that, and I thank him for his service. He is wonderful to work with. But Councillor Deans has also shown a tremendous resilience, openness, and real thoughtfulness in when it comes to managing the difficult files that have come before this Police Services Board. And you just have to think about the changes that we have seen since this council began in 2018. Nothing is the same. Policing in this country is not the same. You've heard former Chief Slowly talk about the challenges of policing after George Floyd, and the demands that our BIPOC community very rightly demand of our police. We've had some tough files to deal with, and I think we have dealt with them bravely and openly, and we've done them with legal advice, and we've made some real accomplishments. And I want people to remember that. I think I can say without a shred of a doubt that the board as a whole carried out its responsibilities and duties under the Police Services Act. I know that I'm going to be able to look back at so many of the decisions that we've made and know that we made the best decisions that we absolutely could. Maybe they're the wrong, but time will tell. Now that the mayor, you, Jim Watson, are using the Police Services Act that we have followed in each step of our dealings with this occupation as a means to remove Councillor Deans and myself from the Police Service Board just because you want more control over the decisions that are made and you want to punish us is despicable, quite frankly. It's despicable. It's callous, calculated, and a cheap attempt to deflect blame and position yourself in a better light. I'm not one to breach confidences, and I never would. And I want to explain that I've tweeted some things that I may regret now, but it was out of frustration because I was demanding leadership. I wanted leadership. And I'm just going to read you something very briefly here. I sent Jim Watson a DM. That's a direct message. Back on February the 2nd, I said, Jim, please consider declaring a state of emergency. He said, it would not give us any new tools to stop the protests. Steve Kay has confirmed it would have no impact at all. I said, but that's not the impression the chief gave us yesterday. Anyway, it's a suggestion. He said, what did the chief say? Give me a break here. He says, at every press conference I've given since day one, I've done 24 interviews in the last 2 days. I know this is frustrating. That's not leadership. 4 days afterward, he just decides to declare leadership. And I tweeted out to the Prime Minister, please show us leadership. So that's a sign of frustration. The Police Services Act didn't give us the power in this board to direct the Chief of Police. We were kept in the dark a lot of the time. We're oversight, he's operational. So if we had frustrations, you understand it now, right? But what's happening tonight is truly disgusting. It demonstrates the lengths that you, as the mayor of the city, will go to protect your legacy. This is politics at its worst. And certainly the fish stinks from the head on down. And for my council colleagues tonight who have sat back and done so little and just kept silent, and who undoubtedly will dutifully follow their leader here tonight and vote against us to remove us from this post and vote out the chair and Chair Deans and myself, then shame on you. I don't think that anyone's going to be fooled here tonight. And if they want heads to roll, do it at the ballot box in October. And I think that this mayor of the city of Ottawa should resign tonight, because this city is in chaos and it doesn't need to be. And this is the last thing we need right now, is this motion. So now I'm not upset anymore. I'm just angry again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brockington, please.
I'd like to ask the mover of the motion to withdraw the motion.
I acknowledge your request and I will not remove the motion.
I will be voting against the motion. I do have a question for either the city clerk or the solicitor, and that is, what happens if the provincial appointments to the Police Services Board tender their resignation? Can the Police Services Board continue to function? Do you need a minimum number of board members to serve on the board? What happens if that happens tonight or tomorrow?
Mr. Mayor, I will defer to the city solicitor on this matter.
Mr. Mayor, under the Police Services Act, in the event that there is a vacancy amongst any of the members that are appointed by the province is required to move expeditiously and appoint a replacement forthwith.
In order for the Police Services Board to function, does it require a minimum number of members to serve?
Mr. Mayor, the police board has in the past operated with fewer than the 7 members that form its entire complement. In the ordinary course, it would function based on a quorum, so that would be 4. Which, and appreciating that, given the amendments to the act, the majority of members of the board are appointed by the municipal council.
Fair enough, but we did have Councillor King tender his resignation tonight, and if other members resign overnight, then there might be a period of time where there is not a quorum of the Police Services Board to function. So there is a significant risk here in that. May I have some information on how the citizen commissioner vacancy process was filled? The Commissioner Smallwood resigned today. We have a name already being put forward. How was that name selected, and what type of process or other names were considered for that appointment?
Suzanne Valquet is one of the most recent public appointees. She was a public appointee from the province that their term was up at the end of the last term of council, and I think shortly after last term of council, and they got replaced by the current provincial government and their appointees. Suzanne Valquet at the time had actually reached out to me and requested that they were interested in staying on the Police Services Board at that time, and was not interested in being replaced on the board. Unfortunately, they were, but they do have an interest to continue to serve again on the Police Services Board. And it's given it's the most recent public appointee that has stepped down, it's a logical choice to replace Mr. Smallwood.
Isn't it up to the province?
I appreciate that information.
No, because it's our appointee.
I appreciate that information. Thank you. I can't add too much more than what my colleagues have said, both in camera and now in public. It's 100% politics. our very first meeting as a council at our organization meeting, when we saw who was being appointed to which positions, knew this was about building a coalition. We saw that from day one, and that's carried forward throughout the entire term of office. And this is about building that insulated coalition of like-minded people who vote the way they're told and carry votes. And that's how you get the mayor's agenda passed. We've seen that from day one, and that's always been that way. And the reason why Councillor Deans, through her extreme leadership and experience on council, was appointed to this position despite her significant interest in maintaining her role on the Community and Protective Services Committee, was to get her off FEDCO, because she would continue to ask questions about the LRT. That's why she was appointed to the Police Services Board, because it would get her off FEDCO. We know that. That was said 3.5 years ago. To Councillors Deans and Meehan and King, thank you. I simply want to say thank you for your service and leadership. I hope this motion does not pass. Councillor King, I hope you reconsider. Your contributions have been valuable as well. Perhaps your term has not been as long as your colleagues, our colleagues, but the genuine attempts to reform the Ottawa Police Service have come this term of council because of the leadership that we've seen from our colleagues. And I want to thank you, and I also want to acknowledge that publicly. And we can't get there unless we have the right people on our commissions and on our boards and on our committees who are going to do the really hard work. Heaven knows we have other commissions at the City of Ottawa where the wheels or the trains have come off the track, if I can use that pun, and we never had a conversation about leadership when we should have had a conversation about leadership. I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you. I too will not be supporting this motion, and I want to give my thanks to those who have been working so hard these last few weeks on the police board, to Councillors Dean and Meehan and King. I think it's ironic that you put together a motion that even mentions Councillor King, and he will be key to those efforts, given his role as council liaison on anti-racism and ethnocultural relations initiatives. You were banking on that, and I guess he disappointed you. I think that should be taken right out of your motion, first of all, because it's an embarrassment. I'm very concerned about that. And I appreciate his work. It's been tough. I just have to say that everyone out there who's watching is really wanting to watch on what's going on in the streets, and they want this cleared up. And they're seeing us moving ships, the deck chairs on a Titanic. That's how it looks. We look bad by changing. It looks like we had no faith in the people that were there, and they were working hard. It was very hard on everyone to see the chief leave, and no doubt tactical errors were made in terms of not understanding this convoy. Let's get back to the convoy. That's what this is all about. This is what's caused all the tension, and here we are looking at this and messing around with it, and we're talking about wanting stability. I heard comments that we have to stick with our brass and have stability. And here we are changing things around when people have worked so hard and shown so much competence. So I think it's a big mistake. And I want to know if it's related to the resignation of the former chief, or is it related to the interim hiring of a police chief? Which one is it that you're focusing on?
Anything else, Council?
You're asking me what I'm focusing on with the motion, Councillor Kavanaugh?
Yeah. Yes.
It's a number of things. It's the behavior of the Police Services Board and some of its members over the last 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. It's a number of things. I mean, I could get into it, but ultimately, Police Services Board members are to act in accordance with a code of conduct. And I feel that has not occurred. I feel the public has lost confidence in the actions of the Police Services Board and the ability to lead. I feel one of the caveats of the code of conduct is specifically that the board members shall uphold the letter and spirit of the code of conduct set in this regulation and shall discharge their duties in a manner that will inspire public confidence in the abilities and integrity of the board. I don't feel they've done that. At least I personally feel they haven't done that. I'm moving this motion because I've lost confidence in these members of this board.
Why isn't there an investigation by the Integrity Commissioner if that's the way you feel?
We can certainly put that forward after tonight.
I clearly don't agree. I've seen a pretty rough time here, and it's unprecedented. We all know that, but we were ill prepared in terms of a police force, and we're hoping this will end still. We're still in the middle of it. It's day 20, and it looks like day 21's coming up and beyond. Anyway, I obviously disagree with you, and it sounds to me the way you're saying it is that this is your personal opinion. That's what you pretty well said, and I'm sorry it's coming forward as a motion.
Well, as a representative on this council, I was ill prepared to learn of decisions made in camera while they were being made in camera in the media. During this meeting, learning of decisions made by this Police Services Board unilaterally in the media. We should not be kept in the dark as members of council.
I hear that all the time. In fact, that happens to me all the time. So join the club of those who are not in the know and find out through the media something that's going to happen.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dudas, please.
We are 20 days into an occupation of our city. We have heard loud and clear from the public, from all areas of our city, that they have lost trust in the police service, that their confidence in their ability to act has not just been eroded, but it is gone. We've seen our chief resign, a chief who is lauded as coming in to change the dynamics and the culture of a police force that really does need to have that happen. We saw him resign. And then within very, very short period of time, hours, we're now learning about an offer and the acceptance of a new chief with absolutely no conversation or consultation or even a heads up. I don't know who this person is. And I don't know, maybe it's going to be a great person, but I can only imagine what that does to the morale of those who are actually serving on our front lines right now, or those who are in the acting role at the moment. And anyone who says that doesn't sideline them is sorely mistaken, because absolutely it does. So when I think about hearing, and I'm hearing in the media this morning, the chair speak about how, you know, the quote was that we're not going to appoint a new chief until the next term of council. And then I'm hearing in the media that something is already, a deal's been made. It's been, you know, signed, sealed, and delivered. Like, this does not convince me. It doesn't give me any confidence, and it doesn't give the public any confidence that decisions are being made that are not frantic or not being done on the fly. And this has nothing to do, for me, this has nothing to do with the past history and the good work of the past chief or the board. Phenomenal things have been accomplished under Chair Deans, with Councillor Meehan, Councillor King, and all of the board members. That is not being disputed. What we are facing right now is an unprecedented siege of the city of Ottawa. We have become an international laughingstock. We have destroyed our tourism in terms of what people feel is a safe, our nation's capital being safe to come to. And there's no end in sight. So now I say to you, this is not about personalities. This is not about politics. And I disagree with anybody who's going to say that otherwise, because I can't imagine any of my colleagues or anyone coming in and saying, yes, I want to be the new chair of the board. I want to clean up the mess that has been made. That sounds like a good way to spend my next couple of weeks, hopefully. What we need is action. What we need is a change of leadership in all of the key positions to make sure that the police are doing their jobs. Our residents deserve nothing less. And we will 100%, I will 100% launch and support any inquiry or investigation into every level of government and every level of police force actions on this, so that we can repair any of the damage that the trust of our public has felt because of this, and make sure that we're not making the same mistakes again as a police force and as a city. But to this point, City Council has received zero information from the board, aside from what we've watched on YouTube. We have received zero information about this hiring of a new chief. And I do not have confidence that the people around the board right now are fully capable of ending this siege. So to me, this motion and this vote is not about raking people over the coals or politically calling people out. And it might be perceived as such, and I'm sorry that that's the case. But the situation as it stands is we need to end the occupation of the nation's capital. And we need to make sure we're doing everything in our power to see that happen. So I am definitely supporting this motion. I look forward to the investigation at the end of this as to how we can fix the situation that we now find ourselves in. But once again, I would say, 20 days. 20 days is too long to try out a team that hasn't been able to resolve this. We need new people to give new ideas. We need to see an end to this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Curry, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a newest member of council, watching all of this unfold over the last while, I guess I would say to you that when I got on this council, one of the things I was so thrilled to see was that we had Chief Slawley. Having heard about him from the Ottawa Community Foundation for so many months and years, I guess, and his progressive ideas, I was just so happy that that was what our police force was moving towards. So Councillor Kavanagh asked, is this about the resignation of the chief, or is this about the quick hiring of a new chief? And I would say both, in my opinion, because very sad. I mean, there's many reasons to be sad. Sad for a million things right now, but I'm very sad that we have lost him. And I'm very sad that Councillor King has resigned, because all of my certain hopes and dreams for the Police Services Board seem to be dashed at the moment. So I guess I would say, as a new councillor as well, that learning about things on Twitter was never what I thought it was going to be. And, many times when I thought to try to send out a message to people in Canada North, I thought, well, what do I know? And there were so many things that I could say, I don't really know. What was the conversation in camera? And I understand in camera. I've been on many boards. I understand governance at a very high level, and I understand that. But I still felt, as a city councillor, we should have more information. And then I realized I was getting a lot of my information from Twitter and having to double check that. And I will say, I hear about all of your clubs, and I, to Councillor Brockington's point, nobody tells me how to vote. Nobody. I read all the reports. I talk to the councillors when it's their area. I talk to staff. I listen. I talk to the Canada North staff about every motion that comes before us. I consult with other councillors who I think have more experience. And I don't follow anybody's advice on how to vote. So I don't like those comments. Certainly, I feel that other councillors that I speak to as well, whenever I'm asking advice, are also grappling with things right up until the last moment. So I will say that I don't think it's a great idea to bring in a new chief from somewhere else at this moment in time. I don't think the people in the Ottawa Police Services will appreciate that. And I think it's really unfair. I know that historically, speaking to this motion, and I have been all along, Councillor El-Shantieri has a lot of experience. I know that Councillor Harder has a lot of experience. I certainly don't have very much experience on the police board, but I would offer, I am a woman. If we're looking at that, I really wish Councillor King would reconsider. That would be my number one thing. But if there's any way you think I can help, I have a lot on my plate. I'm a very busy person right now, as you know, but if I could help in any way, make this better. But I think that right now we need some stability. And I don't know what the option is to not have a new chief right away. But I feel like maybe we need some people that have had experience on this board for a lot longer and could maybe bring some leadership right now that we need. So I think I will be supporting this motion. Believe me, this is a difficult decision tonight.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I have no doubt that this motion is coming from your office, Mr. Mayor, and it is entirely political. And I share the frustration of the councillors around this table for whom the last thing we want to be doing is hashing out council fractures and having squabbles when I'm looking on social media and I'm seeing the hill become harder by the day. This is not what our residents elected us to be doing. I do want to focus on one of the whereas clauses that are in the motion. Whereas to date, the Ottawa Police Service Board has also not been effective to date in their oversight function. And I think that's probably one of the key reasons why some members of council would like to replace our nominees to the Police Services Board. I don't have any reason to believe that the Police Services Board has failed in its oversight. I believe that they have been making the efforts that are available to them under the Act to try to get the police to act and to restore order to this city. And Mr. Mayor, earlier I asked Chief Bell whether you've been in briefings with him, whether you've had the opportunity to weigh in. And Mr. Mayor, I heard yes. You've had the opportunity to speak directly with Chief Slowly and with Chief Bell about the direction in which this occupation is heading. You've had the opportunity to negotiate your own deals with occupation organizers. You've had the opportunity to collaborate with the councillor who is most affected in all this, but haven't. I didn't sign up to be a part of a party on a municipal council. When I first ran for office, I was looking forward to being one of 23 independent councillors collaborating with one another, the tension of trying to come up with common solutions. And the last 7 years have been extraordinarily frustrating on that front. Tonight, we should all look in the mirror and look at our own failings, because we have all failed in one way or another. But Mayor, if your motion is going to pick out the Police Services Board for particular failings, I would ask you to look in the mirror. This isn't a good time to be scapegoating people. We've lost a chief of police. I'm going to ask the mover of the motion again to please withdraw this. We have a second item on the agenda, which is the items that are within City Council's purview to work on. I have a motion coming forward to see if we can make sure that staff have the permission they need in order to accomplish road closures to keep our city from being flooded by more occupiers this weekend. I'd like to get to that business, because this is theater and this is politics, and it's not what I signed up for. I will leave it there, Mayor.
I will not withdraw the motion. You have the floor. Call the vote if you want to.
I would like to hear, I know that there are some speakers from whom I would still like to hear.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Please.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Thank you very much. And, you know, my colleagues have called this a political, we're we're in a political environment, in a political year, in an election year, but it is governance. It is governance, and it is putting in place, restabilizing a structure to solve the current occupation, to provide the governance for our police service to solve the current occupation. And many have commented on the current chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board hiring an outsider to do that, and the judgment behind that. And she had information and she acted. And my colleagues have commented on it. And that's just where I am with respect to the current conversation. But that being said, Mr. Mayor, and I don't know if this would be a friendly amendment to the mover of the motion or a separate motion, but I would ask the mover of the motion if I could add item in the first, therefore be it resolved, add item number 4, and it would read as this, Kathy Curran.
Could we ask that it be put on the screen just because you're referencing it?
Well, if you could look at the current motion, and I have not written it out, but look at the current motion, adding in the therefore be it resolved, item number 4, Kathy Curry, comma, replacing Ralston King, who has resigned.
So Councillor Moffat, is that a friendly amendment?
Well, disappointingly, I mean.
Can we not look for an urban councillor? Like, is that like so beyond everybody's imagination here? I don't know. Just think, inside the Greenbelt. I don't know. I'll send you a map. How's that?
50% of the population there.
If
a pathetic amendment.
Mr. Mayor. So, and if Councillor Moffat, if that is not a friendly amendment, I am prepared to move an amendment.
No, it's not unfriendly. I'd just rather not have to deal with this. But no, it's.
But the reality is, our colleague Councillor King has advised us this evening.
And is that
any chance?
Just to be clear, is that formal? Is that that's official? That the clerk's office needs nothing formal right now from Councillor King aside from his comment already that he's resigning? Just don't want to put forward a motion before the person's even officially off the board.
Yeah, could he reconsider?
Just, point of order, Mr. Mayor. I have submitted my formal resignation from the Police Services Board to David White, the Police Services Board solicitor.
All right, I have to accept that with the reluctance I would have accepted Chief Slowly's resignation. As a result, it is friendly. Thanks.
Thank you. So just to reiterate, item number 4, Kathy Curry, comma, replacing Ralston King, who has resigned. Thank you, Councillor Moffat.
Anything else, Councillor?
No, thank you.
Councillor Menard, please.
Yeah, I'm on my second time speaking, Mayor, so you may want to go through the list. People haven't spoken first, so I can go back on my second time.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Eglai.
Yeah, I'm just a couple of things. Just want to follow up. I posed to David White the question about access to in-camera briefings for council members at the board, and he was going to look into it and get back. And I'm wondering if he's able to share that with us now.
Mr. Mayor, as to the possibility of it, yes, certainly it's something that's possible. That said, it is obviously within the purview of the board to determine whether it is prepared to invite other members of council or other people into those confidential sessions. As I say, in terms of what information the board, even absent other members of council, can receive from the police is again still subject to whatever operational considerations may exist or planning from a law enforcement perspective.
Oh, I appreciate that. And I guess what I'm saying is I don't know how this is all going to end, but I would hope whoever ends up on the board, chair or otherwise, that they give this request serious consideration. Because while councillors are not on the board, and councillors do not direct the police, as some of my colleagues said, I think it inappropriate, at the very least, that councillors are finding out information about the police services via Twitter, stories in the media. We do have a stake in this. They're all of our residents. It's the Ottawa police force, even if it doesn't answer directly to council. And so it's just my plea that whoever, at the end of this vote, whoever ends up sitting on the board, whoever ends up being the chair, that door is opened, especially during these times, so that we're able to correspond with our residents. We're able to provide assistance as we can to the board. The more information we have, the better off everybody will be, I think. So I'll just leave that there. And again, I don't know how this is going to end. It's been an unfortunate evening for all of us around this table. Things have been said that I think a lot of people would probably want to take back if they could on all sides of the table. And so that's unfortunate. And I don't, as to say, I don't know how the vote's going to end at the end of the day, but whoever it is, in an effort to make things better, to make things more cohesive and collaborative in terms of how we deal with this, if they would open that door and consider providing more information in a more timely way to councillors, so we're better prepared, better able to assist, I would certainly appreciate it, and I think a lot of the other people around the table would as well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Curry has indicated that she would be willing to take her name off in place of someone from the Urban Caucus. So is there anyone from the Urban Caucus that would like to sit on the Police Services Board?
Mayor, when the positions on boards were originally canvassed, I had indicated my interest in serving on the Police Services Board. I believe that a lot of the work that it's doing is germane to some of the issues that have rocked Kitchissippi Ward, particularly in the past few years. And I would put my name forward.
Okay. Is there anyone else? So Councillor, I guess it would be Councillor Moffat, if you would consider
absolutely
amendment to have Councillor Leeper replace Councillor Curry.
100%.
I am happy to withdraw my friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Next is Councillor Menard, please.
No, Mayor, you're wrong again. It's Councillor Fleury who hasn't spoken yet.
Right, because I see your name first here, but if you want to pass to Councillor Fleury, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Moi, je connais la ville d'Ottawa comme étant une ville fière où les
I know that the city of Ottawa is very proud of its city, proud of its wards. What I see, it's 20 days where everyone is very angry.
We have questions. We've done things wrong, and we have to acknowledge that there's a lot of work ahead of us. I want to recognize Chief Slowly. He was brought in as a change agent in the organization. Obviously, he's leaving and left during a crisis. And I've heard from countless members of the force who were part of that change who now fear within the OPS services. And that scares me. It scares me because a lot of people said things and did things and took on roles and leadership responsibility that now are left very vulnerable. Chief Bell and OPS members, please don't be confused by tonight's discussions and votes, we all agree that our laws need to be followed and that the occupation needs to end. Councillor King, you're a friend, you're a colleague, you do a lot of great work in your community, but you played a really important role on that board. You know it. The face of Ottawa has changed. And Ottawa has not changed. You have been the moral leader of an entire community. I would really ask that you reconsider. We have a lot of things to heal. And although there is divisive votes tonight, I think we could 100% all vote for you and the work that you've done on the board. I am a proud member of council because of people like you. Because you have guts, you've come forward, you speak up your mind. And I want to extend that to the board. Diane and Carol Ann, the hours and hours of slugging that you've had, tough discussions, even before the budget process. And, you know, I don't know that we've landed perfectly, but I have to say that the amount of hours of dedication to our city, to the organization, I question none. I want to thank you for that. I think that you've listened, you've pushed, you've asked, and you've demanded. And that's all that we can ask from friends and colleagues on council. So to me, the spirit of where my mind is heading is not at all in questioning any of your abilities or any of your work. I will leave it to chairs and inquiries to do the full review of what this has become. I'm looking for stability, and when this motion landed today, to me it wasn't clear where I was going to vote. But I am questioning, and Councillor Deans, I will ask for your clarification. We've lost Chief Slowly at a crisis time, and again, the evaluation will happen of decisions and reasons and so on. So not asking for us to debate that this evening. But this organization in the city needs leadership. It needs stability. It needs to end the occupation prior to the weekend. And by the information that's now out in the media relating to an interim chief, I'm questioning. A few hours ago, we were speaking with the chief Bell, who gave council and the public a renewed confidence of actions prior to the weekend. And I guess I'm left saying, I'm really left with thinking. So could you maybe express, and I might have a follow-up question, Mr. Mayor, I apologize if I've gone over my time.
No,
Yeah, I think I'd first like to just apologize to the senior command at the Ottawa Police Service, because the decisions of the board should have been kept private until such time as I, as the chair of the board, had the opportunity to communicate with the senior command the reasons for the decisions we were making. And, out of courtesy and respect for the office of the mayor, I briefed him this morning on what had transpired at the board meeting, and he decided to use that as a political ploy to unseat me and other members of the board. I guess I should have known that he would do that, but I guess it still always surprises me that people decide to do that. But, I had a brief chat with Deputy Chief Bell when I asked him to serve as the interim, and I told him that the board were considering our options at that time when I spoke to him for a longer term interim. We recognize that we need to have a full community consultation on determining who the next chief was. But if you know anything about the structure inside Ottawa Police right now, you know that the senior command is flying with one wing. We have one of the senior deputies on suspension with pay, and she slowly just left. So we don't have a senior command. We just hired a CEO, a brand new CEO, and Blair Dunker, great person, great woman. I think she's going to do a fantastic job, but she's brand new. So our senior command, and we have an acting, so our senior command is really, really thin. That puts a huge amount of pressure on the people that are there. It's not enough, especially in a crisis. And the board, who, by the way, has the decision-making power. This body doesn't. I know you're all so offended that I didn't share it all with you, but you have no decision-making. We operate under a different act. You don't have a role to play. That's the simple fact. You don't. And so when the board made the decision, the board made a decision to go with an interim that would bolster the senior command and assist with the plan to end this crisis as soon as possible. It was made, the entire board was unanimous. I heard one of my colleagues earlier say it was unilateral. It was a unanimous decision of the board. It was made in consultation with the Office of the Solicitor General, our advisor, who has said to us that he believes that it was the best decision. It does not change Deputy Chief Bell's role in the organization. In fact, he will be well placed to be the next chief of police. It's assisting, and it was choosing someone who had a skill set that we believed would be helpful, one, for the interim, and two, for assisting to bring an expeditious end to this illegal occupation of our city. And it was the board's decision to make. It was made thoughtfully. And I'm just actually gobsmacked that council, who have a very little understanding of the very complex world of police, have decided to use this political ploy to second guess the people that serve on that board. And I leave myself aside, but I have to say, for the members of the board that have given so much of their thought and their time and their knowledge base to this board, what you are doing here tonight is just despicable.
And can I just clarify one point? We have an interim chief right now in Chief Bell. We all want an end to the occupation. We heard Councillor McKenney raise that countless times, that we need to focus on the city's plan ahead of the weekend. Mm-hmm. That's where my focus is. I know that, and I'm not challenging the reasons that the interim environment's you've been put into. I guess where I'm challenging is saying we're creating a conflict zone. Why, in that case, the folks that lead the RCMP right now, why don't they lead this call and leave the deputy chief in his role? Like I want actions on the ground, as the entire city and community want, and I fear that what we've just learned is another delay, like that we're going to go through an extremely long weekend without the confidence. That's how I'm left feeling.
The plan will not change depending on who is sitting in different command. The plan has been established. I can tell you, I'm aware of what the plan is. The plan is in place. It will not change. It will be bolstered by the addition that the board thoughtfully made to this plan. And we all want the same thing. And I can tell you that the board was asking over and over and over again for a plan. We finally have a plan. It's in action. And now that we're probably about to be able to bring an end to this thing, or hopefully very soon, I'm sure that the people that want to sit in our seats are happy to take credit for the work that the board was doing with the senior command. But I leave myself out of it. That board worked so hard. I just have here the pages and pages. I know you can't see it, but of all the work and the briefings and meetings that the board did, there's 9 pages of it in the last 20 days that the board was doing to assist in this. And I know the public doesn't see behind the scenes what was happening, but there was so much work happening behind the scenes that you all have no idea about, that I can tell you the plan will change regardless of who's there. But you know, you're all very worried about the instability of having an extra set of hands in the senior command, but you don't seem to think that there's any instability of replacing the board or half the board. It's just sort of gobsmacking to me.
Anything else, Councillor Fleury?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Menard, please.
Thank you.
Do I get a turn?
I think
yes.
you're next after Councillor Menard.
Well, Councillor Menard offered to step aside because he's on the second round, and I haven't.
You go ahead, Councillor Deans. You
Thanks.
can
Go
go
ahead,
for it.
Thanks. I just want to start by exploding a few of the myths that I've heard around the table. You know, morale of the service, instability by bringing in a person to shore up the senior command. The senior command is flying with one wing. The senior command needs help. They're in a crisis. They need help. The board knows that because the board has been working hard on this. None of you know it because you don't have a role to play. The senior command needs the help. And that is why the board unanimously made a decision to get them more help that they needed right now. So, you know I know you're all very wise, but you don't know what you're talking about. That it's just as simple as that. You know, and you say, one of the councillors said, should do everything in her power. Well, you're destabilizing the oversight body for Ottawa Police in the middle of the biggest crisis in this city's history. That's not doing everything to bring this to an end. That is being ridiculously political. And you know that you're doing it because it's an opportunity to try and deflect away from the mayor who made in my estimation, just a horrendous decision to negotiate with terrorists and to put 40 more trucks into the Corps, like just mind-boggling. And anyway, I can't even go there. And then I find the breach of conduct allegation that the mover of the motion is making just the most horrendous thing that I've heard in a while, because I mean, my name is to be unseated as the chair of this board for breach of conduct. I can tell you, I have not breached any conduct. I don't know who leaked anything, but it wasn't me. And you can do all the investigations in the world. I did not breach conduct. Oh, so I should be taken off the board for breach of conduct, which I had no part in. But when Councillor Tierney leaked a legal memo on the Rideau sinkhole, no consequences to the Watson Club. Oh, and when Jan Harder was found in breach of our code of conduct more recently, in terms of a planning matter and hiring someone that on her payroll that was also a consultant, no consequences. She had to step down, but that's it. I did not breach any code of conduct, and I'm being told I'm being replaced for a breach of code of conduct. Anyway, it's just fascinating little aside. I want to talk about the board. This board has worked effectively as a board for the last 3 years, and yes, we have been criticized. The board brought in the first Black chief in our history, which we are very proud of, to change the way policing is done in the city of Ottawa, because frankly, it was way back in the 1950s. It was very much a half a century back. And we decided to bring policing into the next century. And we have made a lot of enemies doing that. The Police Association, who want a law and order cop at the top, and who want all the money city council will send their way are not happy with us. And the far left who think we should defund police and not have a police service at all, oh, they're not happy with us either. But you know what? This board was determined to bring about progressive change to policing in the city of Ottawa. We did it thoughtfully, we did it rationally, and we did it with the best interest of the community that we serve. That's what we have done. And I am proud of every single member of the Police Services Board, Daljit Nerman, Carol Ann Meehan, Ralston King, Sandy Smallwood, Beverly Johnson. I think I might have forgotten one. There's 7 of us, but they have done an outstanding job and they have worked so hard. And none of you know the time and effort that it takes to do the jobs that all of them do on this board. None of you know the time and effort that I have put into this. I put 30 to 40 hours a week just into the role of chairing the Police Services Board. We're also the employer. We're the employer for 1,700 people in police service. We do the labor evaluations. We do all kinds of things as an employer that you know nothing of, but it is very time-consuming job. And I committed to doing it. And I believe that I have done that job well. And I have worked hard, and I can tell you for the last 20 days, you may not have seen the effort. You might think I haven't picked up the phone and called you often enough, but we have done a number of briefings. On the 26th of January, before those trucks even rolled into town, I set up a briefing for you, for this council. And you might think I haven't answered some of your email. Believe me, I have 10,000 emails in my box. I've been doing my best, but it has been a huge thing. I have worked 20 days. I have not had a day off. I'm not complaining. I took on this role and I want this occupation to end, and I have given it my heart and my soul with everything I have. I've worked 12 to 14 hours a day, every single day since this started. I've asked the questions. The board has asked the questions. The board has worked so hard. They have brought in the soul gen. They've said, is there anything we haven't done? Like, we're really worried. Is there more we can do? We have pressed for resources. I've phoned multiple members of parliament and MPPs and everyone I could think of to get resources. We have worked to do the job. And yeah, I know, like, I read Twitter and I know I haven't done enough. And I'm sure there's lots of blame to go around. But I can tell you, the Solicitor General who oversees us, they told us in our briefing yesterday that this board has done an amazing job. And you know, you worry about who we have chosen as an interim chief. Well, I can tell you that this person has an impeccable record. He has a background in policing that would be very useful to bolster the senior command. And you're going to say, oh, you didn't do a process, you did it too fast. We're in a crisis. We needed to act quickly, and the board recognized that. We put a protracted process in place for that very reason, because we recognized we needed to move expeditiously to shore up this, to get this job done, to get these damn occupiers out of our city. That is our whole focus. And for all of you armchair critics to sit there, that, you know, Councillor McKenney said that you haven't picked up the phone and called them. Well, I have. They will tell you, I have called them many times to see what I can do on the board to assist. And I have worked with the downtown councillors in an effort to make sure that they were getting what they needed. I did that, none of you did. So, you know, you want to criticize me? Go ahead and criticize me all day long, but we have worked in the best interest of this city. For those of you who tell me that you should have been told more about this, well, actually, no, you shouldn't. And when I asked the mayor long ago if I could, Chief Slowly and I could come to council and do briefings to council, just to increase the education level of the police service. We take 10% of the budget. And members of council should have at least a knowledge of what's happening there. And when I wrote that letter to the mayor, I'll quote the mayor's own words to me when I asked just simply for the chief to brief council on an item of importance. Here's what Mayor Watson wrote back to me. The independent status of police services boards and limited role of municipal councils are hallmarks of the police governance model defined by the Police Services Act and its predecessor legislation. The Police Services Act makes it clear that there is no role for members of council to direct the OPSB or OPS on policing matters. Mayor Watson was right then, and that's still right today. And we have been working under this legislation. And I can tell you the advisor from the Solicitor General's office sent me a message this afternoon when he heard about these political shenanigans that are taking flight on the floor tonight. And he said, just wanted to let you know that the new act, which hasn't been proclaimed yet, would preclude council from doing this for exactly the reason we are seeing playing out on your council floor today, because council is not to interfere in the working of the police board. And they're going to change that in the act to stop you from acting exactly as you are acting today. So I just thought that what might be interesting for your edification to know that you're sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. If you had wanted to have a role in the decisions of the Police Services Board, you should have stood to put your name forward, to do all the work and to go through all the seminars and to understand all of the information in this complex world of policing. You should have done all that. You haven't done any of it. You just sit back and decide to damn the people who have worked hard in very tough circumstances for doing their job. I also want to say a few words about Chief Slowly. The board that I chaired hired Chief Slowly. Chief Slowly came to this city as a change agent. And yeah, I'm going to tell you something. I haven't been happy about the slowness of the response in this crisis. But let me also say that this city, a municipal police service, was not prepared for a national crisis, for a national occupation. The early intelligence did not give us an indication of what was coming at us. And inside OPS, with the number of police officers that we have inside OPS, we do not have the knowledge base to do this type of crisis planning. We've had to build that in the last 2 weeks. So yeah, I've been frustrated that it has been slow. It's been too slow for me. I've been horrified at what I have seen in the last 20 days. But I can tell you that Chief Slowly was a good chief. He came here with the best of intentions. He came here with a progressive agenda of change on diversity, community policing, and a new approach to policing, which we sadly need. And you know what makes me the saddest of all today? You are unseating a progressive board that was bringing about important and progressive change in policing in the city of Ottawa. And you're going back to the 1950s. You're going back to give Matt Scoff and his police association, who I'm sure are popping the champagne corks tonight, to give them all the money they want for their old style law and order. That's what you're doing. And you know, I know that you also, many of you behind the scenes, tried to interfere with the police services budget in December, and you tried to make sure that we lost that vote to take a little tiny bit of the increase in money and put it into a mental health strategy. That was too much for most of you to bear, but it was the right thing to do for the community, and the police board did it. And ultimately, you got forced to support it at City Council when you passed our budget. So, you know, we've been working hard. We didn't roll out the red carpet for a bunch of trucks to go on Wellington Street. And I didn't agree with it. And I know Mayor Watson was very mad at me when I said that he shouldn't be negotiating with negotiating with domestic terrorists, and I guess this is the price that I pay. But ultimately, you get to decide who sits on your police services board. I can tell you that many of you, I mean, will be lame duck in a few months. The people that are taking out the leaders in police, you'll be lame duck, you'll be going on to your next jobs or your retirement, but you will have set the police services board and the police service in this city back years by playing politics tonight. So I don't think you should be very proud of yourselves. I think you actually, if you reflect on this, you really should be disgusted. And I think, I just, you know, I want to say to Carol Ann, who I know is very upset about this. Carol Ann has worked hard on this board, and Ralston is a very principled human being and has brought a lot to the board. And Sandy Smallwood has been an absolutely outstanding vice chair that has a knowledge second to none. And that is a huge loss. All of these people, it's a huge, huge loss. You don't know how many times we relied on Sandy Smallwood and his incredible knowledge base to help us make very tough and complex decisions. And so your actions here today, you have destabilized the police service. You have destabilized the police services board. You have played ugly, dirty politics in the middle of the biggest crisis in the city's history. And I hope every single one of you who votes with Mayor Watson on this today pays the price at the polls in October, because you surely should. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Sorry about that. I saw Councillor Kitt's hand up. I don't know if she spoke already, but is this her first time? I want to make sure that first timers go first.
Councillor Kitts.
Thanks, Councillor. Thanks, Mayor. I wasn't going to speak on this because I hate it. This right now is what I hate most about this role and this council. And I think most of my colleagues know that I often push for a little bit more unity. And sometimes when we're reduced to yes or no, that doesn't show. And I agree with Councillor Kavanaugh that this makes us look bad, 100%. But I'm elected to represent my constituency at this table. And I have had email after email calling for and phone calls, calling for action, calling for police action, calling for police board action. And to be honest, as ridiculous as it sounds, I agree with a lot of my colleagues. There have been many times throughout the last 20 days where I've felt more up to date by looking at Twitter than any communication I've received from the board. There's been very little. And that includes the resignation of our chief. It includes now learning about the hiring of a new chief. And in the midst of this chaos, my residents are looking to me for information. So this is impacting how I do my job and how I communicate with my residents. And Councillor Deans, I know that you've been working flat out. I know all the board members have. I do not expect a personal phone call every day, but a major shortcoming in our response thus far has been securing resources, coordinating the multi-jurisdictional response, communication, and through those failings, we've lost the public trust. We can't direct police, but a lot of what I just listed are governance issues, and we're not through this. We all saw Councillor McKenney on the street earlier. I think there's still time to do a better job. And I'll leave it there, but we'll add my voice to asking Councillor King to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harder, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everybody. It's been a really good conversation. And I just want to be very clear, which I was 4 years ago, well, 3.5 years ago, I guess, right before we were sworn in this term of council. CTV captured me telling them that I was not running again in the next election, which is this fall. What I bring to the table today is a lot of experience, and a lot of experience also on the Police Services Board. And no matter what Chair Dean says, this stupidity by the board has destabilized this place more than slowly resigning. It was absolutely irresponsible to hire some random guy who hasn't policed in 8 years. In 8 years, without any consultation, having been on the board when we went through hiring processes, which will have to happen again. I can tell you that it's incredibly important to have the right person for Ottawa. I think in this time, at this moment, in this freaking city, Acting Chief Bell is the person to have. I can't even imagine what he's thinking right now as to what has happened to him in the space of 24 hours. It is absolutely ludicrous, and it's such a bad decision. So I will tell you, having started off with saying I'm not running again, and I said that for 3.5 years ago, I am only here until the letter goes out to all of you when we have gone through this process, and when we are stable, and when we have put the, I've helped Eli as much as I can, and Eli and I served together previously. I'm not putting my name forward to continue to the end of the term. I'm here for a purpose, and it's for this city, and it's for right now. If you support me, I will work as hard as I can with the knowledge I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Menard, please.
Thank you. There's a reason I asked about the other motions early on in this meeting, and it's because there's actual motions that speak to the types of tools that we need right now for immediate enforcement and action for residents in the core. And this is the last thing that I wanted to be debating tonight. And I think if you think this motion was going to help repair the confidence in this city, really dead wrong. Confidence is low, and this is not going to help. But you went there. You put this forward at this time, and so we have no choice but to debate it. And it's folly. And Councillor Harder, we just had the Chief of Police resign, and now Ralston King, who has a ton of integrity, has tendered his resignation. And Councillor Harder, you want to be on the police board in a very volatile time with regard to systemic racism, and something we're talking about a lot of these days with the group on the Hill. And in the past, you've made comments that could be described as racist. And I quote, "The problem arises when a large group of, I'm going to say it, non-whites comes into our community looking to cause trouble." Councillor Harder, why do you want to be on the police board, and how will you tackle systemic racism?
Well, she's not the mover of the motion, so she's under no obligation to reply. So
her name's there. I think we owed an answer.
Well, Councillor, you have 5 minutes, so carry on with your remarks.
From the police report, which is why the mayor at the time, Mayor Shirelli, didn't ask me to rescind that, Councillor Menard. But, but way to go. Way to go, buddy.
We're dealing with these big issues right now, Councillor Harder, and that's why it's important that we have people that understand them and want to tackle them. And this motion is doing neither of those things. Mayor, have you walked through the occupied zone?
Yes, I have.
Since it's been, okay, what did you see, Mayor?
I'm sorry?
What did you see?
I saw a lot of illegally parked cars and illegal activity on various streets throughout the downtown, the Byward Market, and the Lower Town.
And how do you think that it got that way? Where has your leadership been throughout this time that it descended into what you saw?
Point of order. We're not supposed to be engaging in to and fro question and answer period between members.
Well, with all due respect, Councillor, this motion was brought from the mayor's office. And so
and you can bring a motion to change our bylaws, but under our bylaws, you can't do that.
probably need to. I'll be looking forward to next term when many of you are not around this table any longer. In an interview with CTV, you were asked if you supported Chief Slowly's resignation. You replied, at the top of an organization, whether it's mayor, a president of a company, or the chief of police, that's where the blame ends up. And so the question has to be asked, when does that same logic apply to you? You've been mostly absent during this crisis. And then you get your club to bring this motion forward. And when you did act, it was to strike a backroom deal with a right-wing extremist Islamophobic conspiracy theorist. And at the same time, you were working out this contemptible deal with an ex-Ford staffer. You had the gall to shame Ottawa residents, including my residents, on national TV for standing up to convoy occupiers, one of the only actions that has actually brought hope to the people in this city during the last 3 weeks. So I suggest that people in this room and your deputy mayors who've been so critical of these actions probably take your own advice and take accountability in this case. Do you not feel that you have any accountability in this mess, or are you willing to just push it off to everybody else on this council for your own political purposes, which is exactly what's happening here? And so I ask you the question, and you can intervene all you want and say it's not in order, but the question is put to you. What about your own accountability as the head of the organization? What are you going to do?
Okay, anything else, Councillor?
No, I mean, do you have an answer for it?
I'll be speaking to wrap up.
Great. I hope you address it, because the leadership to this point, not just by certain police board actions, but by your own actions, have been absolutely deleterious and unhelpful. And I hope that you really do speak to the citizens of this city who deserve better, because they're not getting it tonight with this motion or the shenanigans you've been bringing. What we should be doing is probably walking in the street right now. Let's go help out, because no one else is doing it on the street, except for Councillor McKenney and Councillor Leeper, who I've seen out there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fleury, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Je pensais pas retourner, mais
I didn't think I would get the floor back, but I felt the need to. Councillor Ménard and colleagues, usually we work well together, but I find that this partisanship is starting to become too much. I recognize that Councillor Leeper and Councillor McKenney deserve to be recognized. It's as if we hadn't worked like crazy in the past 20 days. I don't think it's appropriate at all. I think it's too much partisanship. And unfortunately, it will simply increase the division within the council. The mayor's team has its problem, but be careful. The other side has problems too. And if there are many of us who are in the middle of all these debates too. Councillor Deans, I must say that you're putting me ill at ease. I'm chair of community housing, and if there was a crisis there, and that Stéphane Giguère, who I hired, was retiring, was leaving, I would leave too, because Scott Ralston, Catherine, and Teresa know it. We must answer to the person that we hire. Alors, so I think you're right to talk about the political issues today, but I think it could have been a lot easier if you had said, listen, we are in a crisis. We just lost our chief of police. Some decisions were made by a council that are complex. Ask the members of council, do I have your support? Could I put something forward? I think that would be relevant. That would be appropriate. Now we've hired another white person that comes from outside of Ottawa, and we're saying, okay, we'll put an end to the occupation. No, I've lost confidence. The public has lost confidence in the institution. You are at the head of council. We can criticize everybody, why this motion, why that motion. I don't want to put Councillor King or me in like this, in this position. Too bad we lost Mr. Smallwood. On the other hand, you are the head of a council. There's an issue, and I don't agree that we create such instability. There's a lot now in the past a few hours with the loss of Chief Slowly.
I haven't had time to talk to you about this. I just found this out. There's a new team that will be coming. The only thing that the residents want to know is when will this occupation be over and when can we go back to our daily life? The rest is all a political game, and I wish you would all leave your leadership position. The people will recognize what you've done, good and bad. I know that if something happens at Community Housing Ottawa, I'll ask the opinion of the members of community housing. And if somebody questions my power, I will simply resign. It's too bad we have to vote on this motion. It's put a lot of people very uncomfortable.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like us to take the vote. I think that we've expended an awful lot of vocabulary here tonight on a regrettable situation. But Mayor, I asked you on February the 2nd when I direct messaged you to stand up and to be the leader that the city needs, because there's a vacuum on this in the city. We need you. We need you more than ever because we don't have a leader at this point, and the city is in crisis. You can vote me off the Police Services Board. That's fine. That's going to give me time to go downtown and help Catherine and the residents clean up down there. Can we just have this vote and get it over with and deal with the motions that people really want us to deal with? So much damage has been done. I wanted to work on a council that actually people work together. And it was clear from the get-go that this was divided. This council was divided. We're stronger if we work together. Listen, if we were in the same room, I know we would get along a heck of a lot better than we're doing in this virtual world of ours. If we had to look each other in the eye, some of the things that we're saying wouldn't be said. I know that. So let's put all the politics aside if we can tonight, and let's try to work together. We're stronger as a team. We all have special skills. Let's just use them tonight. But I'm appealing to you, Jim Watson. I've known you for 30-some years. You're an amazing man. You're above this kind of crap. Please just lead us. Put this thing to a vote, put it to bed, and let's do what's necessary to get us, our city, out of this crisis. Jim, I'm appealing to you tonight. Please, just do that.
So you're calling the question then? Carried?
Mr. Mayor, could we vote paragraph by paragraph, please?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear that, Councillor Anglai.
We carried the question, so.
Yeah. So we're now at the vote by Councillor Moffat and Councillor Dudas's motion.
Right. And what I'm asking is that we vote paragraph by paragraph, Mr. Mayor.
On every single paragraph?
Yes, please.
I'm just wondering, is there one that's standing out that's of concern? Because there's, I think.
At this point, Mr. Mayor, I'd really like to see the motion again. There's been so many substitutions and changes, and
Okay, so we'll put it up on the screen.
And it's late in the day.
So, sorry, Councillor, did you want to vote on every whereas or just the therefore be it resolved?
Oh, so just the operative parts, the therefore be it resolved.
Okay, I misunderstood. I apologize.
No, sorry, no, not the others, no.
Okay, so there they are. So we'll go first.
Are you going to wrap up, Mayor? I thought you were going to wrap up.
Well, Councillor Bean put the question, so fortunately we're not. So number one, Councillor El-Shantiri and the seat reserved by statute for the mayor, replacing Councillor Deans, and that Eli El-Shantiri be recommended to the board to be its chair. Yeas and nays?
Carried.
Carried.
Yeas and nays, please.
Yeas and nays.
Right, I think we'll probably do yeas and nays on all 4 of these items. So yeas and nays, please, Madam Deputy Clerk, on Eli El-Shantiri.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor McKenney.
No.
Councillor Moffat.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Meehan.
No.
Councillor Derouse.
Yes.
Conseiller Cloutier.
Oui.
Councillor Deans.
No.
Conseiller Fleury.
Oui.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor El-Shantiri.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Harder.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Shirelli.
No.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Eglai.
Yes.
Mayor Watson.
Yes.
15 yeas, 9 nays.
Item 2 is Councillor Harder replacing Councillor Meehan. Yeas and nays, please.
It'll be the same.
Sorry,
Council,
Councillor Meehan, did I? No, okay. Sorry, go ahead. Apologize.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor McKenney.
No.
Councillor Moffat.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Meehan.
No.
Councillor DeRuse.
Yes.
Councillor Cloutier.
Oui.
Councillor Deans.
No.
Conseiller Fleury.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor El-Shantiri.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley. Councillor Hubley.
Yes. Did you get that, Caitlin?
Councillor Hubley, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Harder.
9. Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Shirley.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Definitely not.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Eglai.
No.
Mayor Watson.
Yes.
11 yeas, 13 nays.
Okay, next is Councillor, or rather Suzanne Velikat. Yeas and nays?
Carried.
Carried?
Carried.
Dissent.
Dissent.
Dissent by Councillors Menard and Shirelli.
Dissent, yes.
And King.
Okay. Next is Councillor Leeper. Carried?
Carried.
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 And on the
Principal, I dissent.
on the
Sorry, who was?
I dissent.
sorry, Councillor Fleury.
I'll dissent as well.
Okay, duly noted. Thank you.
Good vote.
Okay, next we have our briefing. Yes, we have our briefing with City Manager, Mr. Kanalakis. The floor is yours.
Mayor, is it still the will of council to continue with item 2? Staff are here. I'm at the your request.
Yeah, we're on update from City Manager and City officials, question and answers, and then we have 7 motions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few short comments that I want to provide, and then Kim Ayotte will be following me with some comments in terms of what's been happening on the emergency operations front. As we've been discussing tonight, we become the epicenter of a national crisis, national security crisis. It's had a huge impact in our neighborhoods. and particularly in the downtown core, but also across the entire city. I think people are feeling the anxiety and the stress by what they're witnessing. For me, it's been a complex intergovernmental and governance issue in a multi-jurisdictional national capital region. I've never experienced anything like it in any of the emergencies I've been dealing with since 1995, where I've either been heavily engaged or leading them in the city. The city staff, I can assure you, have been working around the clock to support, literally 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to support the Ottawa Police, who are the lead in this crisis. I want to make that clear, and I know many of you will have questions for city staff, but the way our emergency operations plan and our emergency plan works, Ottawa Police is the lead, not only legislatively, but under the bylaw of the emergency plan that we have. And the city's role is to support Ottawa Police, not to lead the crisis. And I want to also make it clear that there's no one on the City of Ottawa staff, any of your employees, other than Ottawa Police, and with a few exceptions, our bylaw services and few special constables we have at OC Transpo, who can arrest, detain, seize, make someone move, use force, or direct people to restrict their rights under any of the orders that have currently been passed, which is the Emergency Act by the federal government, the Emergency Declaration by the province, the emergency order by the city, and 2 injunctions that we have currently in place. City staff have no ability to affect any of the things that are happening in our city right now other than support the police. Bylaw is the only one that has been able to work in that area, and they've given over 3,000 tickets in the red zone since this has started. But the tickets aren't enough. And as we've been talking about tonight, we need a plan to be able to deal with this emergency. For myself, and staff, and I can just speak for myself, I've been working diligently with several levels of government, several senior officials at the provincial and federal level, ministers from the federal and provincial level, to advocate for resources for our police service. We've been adamant, we've been meeting daily to get the resources that we need, to change laws, regulations at the provincial and federal level to be able to support the Ottawa Police, to invoke the different acts that are already in place to support the police, which we saw this week that the Prime Minister invoked the Emergency Act. We've been advocating for small business financial support that have been impacted in the areas. We've been advocating for funding to the city to cover the police costs and the city costs, which are averaging about $1 million a day since it started. And that meeting has been happening with the most senior officials of the federal government at the deputy minister level, the RCMP commissioner, the national security advisor of the prime minister, the director of CSIS, the deputy minister of transportation, the deputy minister of public safety, the deputy minister of Solgen at the province, and the OPP commissioner, and our former chief of police and myself, and Kim Ayot. So I want to assure you that we've been doing everything we can to try and get the tools that the police need to do their work. And from our end, in terms of what we've done, and I know there's going to be a lot of questions about this, and I want to give you a listing of the things that we've done to give you a context of the work we've been doing. We established an EOC, an Emergency Operations Center, and it was initially called the National Capital Regional Command Center, that includes all the police services that are involved, Ottawa Fire Services, paramedic service, traffic services, and other agencies who maintain a 24-hour presence in our control center to ensure that we have coordinated response and we're all engaged in the decisions that are happening on the ground. From the outset, emergency services were deployed to maintain the safety of the public, our firefighters and our paramedics. And in the last 3 weeks, we've developed and implemented and updated traffic, transit, and parking management plans in real time, implemented bus detours to address emerging disorder issues on the ground. We set up barricades at the direction of Ottawa Police, and I know people saying to me, why doesn't the city, and I know this is one of the motions, why doesn't the city close down streets? Why doesn't the city hall block streets downtown? This has to be a coordinated effort, again, led by police. For us to go and close streets throughout the city on our own without integrating with the police operational and tactical plans and actions would be irresponsible. So we take direction from police on which streets they require to be closed for them to be able to affect their operations. We stepped up enforcement activities through our bylaw and regulatory services, who have done incredible work working with police-led quick response teams and parking violation and other bylaw infractions. And they have put themselves in harm's way, unarmed, with no other authorities other than to issue a ticket, walking into those crowds and confronting people to ticket them. And they've had to go in escorted by Ottawa police the entire time to be able to do their job. We could not send them in at police advice on their own to do that work. And I commend them for what they've done and what they're doing every day. They took the initiative in bylaw to increase set fines for certain relevant offenses under noise, use and care of roads, open air fire, and island control bylaws that were permitted under the Provincial Services Act. We coordinated through non-agrarian department and through our human needs task force to provide direct support to residents living in the downtown core and the most at-risk people in our community who are experiencing challenges attending nursing and medical appointments, as well as accessing provisions such as food and medication. We ensured that the city's physical distance centers located in the core, including the Dempsey Community Center, Tom Brown Arena, and 75 Nicholas, continued to be open and provide additional support to those experiencing homelessness, despite the anxiety and the terror of some of the staff who had to show up there every day to be able to provide those services, who are not equipped or not prepared in some cases to go into that volatile situation. We worked with our health partners to conduct wellness visits within the perimeter. We established a direct connection with the Hospital Emergency Preparedness Committee of Ottawa through the AOC to assist with operational planning, such as traffic impacts and safety provisions for healthcare workers who work directly with residents requiring patient care at home. We worked with Ottawa Public Health to ensure the harm reduction van could continue to operate within the red zone and monitor and attempt to address the health impacts the demonstrations have been having on residents, including raising awareness of mental health resources and services available to those who are suffering. We bolstered staffing in 311 call center to help relieve some pressure on the Ottawa Police by handling certain types of voicemails and calls. We implemented plans to enhance the safety of all employees who have to continue to provide critical services to residents in downtown core, including in the red zone. Garbage pickup, snow plowing, and all those things continued as services in very volatile situations. And staff were also staffing heavy equipment vehicles at checkpoints, operating them at the request of police, putting themselves in harm's way too. Nobody signed up for that when they signed up to be city employee in public works, community and social services, and in bylaw. We provided 500 additional radios to meet increased demand by Ottawa Police for the city's public safety network so that they had the equipment that they needed. We issued daily public service announcements, conducted regular media availabilities, issued daily updates to members of council, and staffed numerous council briefings and supported Ottawa Police Board meetings by being available should the questions be asked. These are just a few of the key operational initiatives that we've been taking to address these disorder problems. We also, our legal services team, and I know we've been criticized because some 20-year-old, and I commend her, took out an injunction in terms of the noise. We were working with police from the first day after that weekend. On Monday morning, I had my first call with Chief Slowly to move forward on an injunction. And people might say, why did the injunction take so long? Why didn't you get it? This other person, private citizen, got it in a few days. Because the issue, like all the other things we've been dealing with over the last 3 weeks, is the injunction isn't worth the paper it's written on unless it can be enforced. These people are not regular people in the sense that you get a ticket and you change your behavior. That is not happening on the ground. I've walked through that. I was there on Saturday night. I've been there numerous times. And I can tell you that the injunction was ready to go. We needed for police to be in a position with the resources to be able to enforce the things we were going after. And our injunction framework changed from when we first started that first Monday after the first weekend to where we are right now, what the injunction represents, because we've got more powers from the province and the Fed, which basically covered the ground and the framework we were planning to go for on the first injunction. So these are all important things in context. I completely am so sympathetic and upset by what people are experiencing downtown and across this city. It's greatly upsetting to me. It's greatly upsetting to our staff. I particularly want to thank them, our staff, who have been putting themselves in harm's way and doing a wonderful job and really not getting any recognition for the work they've been doing by anybody. They don't expect to, but I am expected to point out the great work that they've been doing every day. And I'm so proud of what they've been doing in very difficult conditions. It's difficult to work in these conditions when you're seeing your residents being impacted, and they too are residents downtown and in our city and are emotionally impacted coming out of pandemic. They are hurting too, and we're constantly putting out messages to our staff about the mental health supports they need because of the trauma they're experiencing coming out of pandemic and the things they have to deal with downtown and what they've been witnessing as we've redeployed our staff. And finally, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank our Ottawa police partners who are leading this event and are dealing with very difficult situations. Our police officers and the civilians of the Ottawa Police who have been doing tireless work every day in freezing cold, harsh conditions, 24 hours a day. And I think we owe them a great debt of gratitude for being out there. The frontline officers aren't making the decisions about how enforcement's going to happen and what the plans are. They're sent out there to do a job with orders. And I think we should be grateful for the work that they do every day. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Kim Ayat to say a few words about the enforcement, and we'd be happy to answer questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Kanalakis, and thank you and your team for the great work they've been doing in supporting the police. Questions and, oh, I'm sorry, Kim Ayat has a presentation, then we'll go to questions. Mr. General Manager Ayat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Bonsoir à tous. The city's Emergency Operations Center continues to support the Ottawa Police Service while doing what we can to minimize and manage the impacts on Ottawa residents. Le Centre des Opérations d'Urgence de la Ville continue à...
The Emergency Operations Center is there to support the Police Service of Ottawa. We're doing our best to manage the impact on the residents.
Has taken its direction from the National Capital Region Command Center, which maintains a vital role in coordinating the overall operational picture. What's changed in recent days is the institution of the Integrated Command Center, made up of RCMP, OPP, and Ottawa Police. The Integrated Command Center is responsible for planning all enforcement activities. It will get support from the NCRCC, who in turn gets support from the city's EOC. Le Centre de Commandement de la Région de la Capitale Nationale.
The Command Center for the National Capital Region are playing an essential role, coordination role within this operation. The Integrated Command Center is also responsible of the planning of all the activities when we're talking about law application. And they are supported by the NRCC, that is also supported by the Emergency Center.
As of earlier this week, the last 3 days, they've issued over 600 parking tickets in the red zone. Since January 28th, that number of parking tickets issued in the red zone has now surpassed 3,000, and the total number of passenger vehicles towed has now surpassed 40. Demonstrators have violated the long list of city bylaws, which are designed to keep people and property safe. These include open-air fires, use of fireworks, storage of fuel, safe care and use of roads, among many others. As a result of the relocation of some large vehicles that remain downtown, Transit Services has been able to institute some improvements to downtown bus routes. Since yesterday, detour routes have been modified based on more reliable access to roads in Centertown, including sections of Bank, Gladstone, Albert, and Bronson. We continue to urge people to avoid non-essential travel to the city core. Nous continuerons d'encourager les gens à éviter les déplacements.
We're asking people to avoid non-essential trips to downtown.
I would like to take the opportunity to remind City Councilors that the quickest and most efficient way to get information that you seek is through our Councillor Liaison. Typically, the Councillor Liaison can get back to you with answers to your questions more quickly than I can personally. Finally, I would also like to commend city staff for their exceptional work. They have done managing traffic and transit, and supporting residents impacted by the demonstrations, maintaining essential services, and communicating those who live and work in downtown and are unable to avoid coming downtown. Enfin, je tiens également à féliciter les
I would
personnes.
like also to commend the city staff for the exceptional work. Thank you so much.
Okay, merci. Des questions et des commentaires?
Do you have any questions or comments? Councillor McKinney, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So what we're seeing downtown is not getting cleared. I think everybody needs to be honest. It's pretty well entrenched. A lot of mistakes have been made. Certainly making a backroom deal with illegal occupiers did not work in any way. People feel more trapped than they ever have. And I can tell you this about the 21-year-old who bravely put her face on that and her name on that injunction, because she's been receiving threats. She lives under constant threat now, but she did it. And I can tell you, it's the only thing that has worked till now. The horns stop. The constant blaring of horns day and night. They still come on once in a while, but overall, they stop. So that young 21-year-old, Sexy Lee, actually did something that our entire legal team didn't think of. And I'm tired. I am tired of having to wonder, am I asking for the right things? Is anybody else thinking about this? What roads need to be closed? What injunctions do we need in place? And it is the weekends. I mean, being down there at any point, it is surreal. The smell of diesel, the people. I was accosted by a woman while I was down there. She said, "You're Catherine. You've been telling a lot of lies. A lot of lies. I hear you. Do you feel scared right now?" And I said, "Why would I feel scared in my neighborhood? Should I?" She goes, "No, but you tell a lot of lies." That's what happens. It's that the magnitude of the individual threats all the time. And you know what we do when we're downtown? We look for each other with masks because we know that's a sign of safety. But when I go downtown, often I take my mask off because I'm afraid of being targeted. And that's the irony of it, right? So I take my mask off, but I look for others who are wearing a mask. We are living in occupied territory. And tonight, I have not heard not one reassuring piece of information that I can bring back to residents tomorrow, tonight, to say, you know what, it's not going to happen again this weekend. It's like a tornado. You know, we respond to tornadoes. We respond to floods. And, you know, a couple hundred houses, trees, and it's devastating when it happens. But it happens and it's over. But then we go in and we respond. This is like a tornado hitting our downtown every Friday, and it doesn't let up till Sunday. And we know it's coming. And we're now going to see the fourth weekend. And there's no plan. What are we doing to stop it from coming back? It's that surge, it's that swell of thousands and thousands of people who come into the downtown. So I have residents who are asking me, look, we don't want them parked all over our street. How about if we go out and we put all our cars on the street and then they can't park? You know what I say to them? I don't know, because city staff have never said to me, here's an idea for you. In the downtown, in this geographic area, because we know they won't walk more than 2-3 kilometers. So in this geographic area, park all your vehicles out on the street. We won't ticket you, because anybody considered that. It is Wednesday at 9:21, and I am desperate to know, what are we doing to stop the tornado that is coming into our downtown to wreak havoc and put fear and terror into people. The reason I was downtown tonight is because I went to visit a woman whose mom called me, so I went to visit her because she was assaulted just outside of her apartment door last Sunday morning, assaulted by one of these hooligans, thugs that our mayor has made a deal with. Right? Like, that's what's happening. Apartment doors being handcuffed, apartment doors being taped up, and then fire set in lobbies to trap people inside. That is what happens on the weekend. You cannot understand the terror that people are living under and not come to me tonight at 9:22 now without a plan. What is the plan? We know it's coming. What is the plan? They're not all getting towed away. So we know that. So that's not ending. The occupation is not ending before Friday. But there is a tornado coming Friday night, and it's hitting the downtown. And it's a tsunami of hatred and violence and danger and noise. It is coming. What is the plan? Are we going to do wellness checks? I don't know. Are we setting up respite centers for people who just cannot manage anymore? I don't know. I've been running around with dog food and cat food for 2.5 weeks. I'm out of it now. Is there a plan? What is the plan? Are we going to block off streets? Are we going to make sure people cannot? Because even though the mayor keeps scoring on people, last weekend at Riverside and Bank, we stood up. People just came out and said, no more. And that's going to happen. That's going to happen because this city is failing. This federal government failed its capital, allowed it to be overrun. And now we do not have a plan for how we're keeping people safe with a tornado coming on Friday. So I guess I'm just asking you, like, is there anything, it's 9:24 on Wednesday. Is there anything that I can tell residents that we're going to change on Friday to Sunday to keep them safe? We have new police board members now. Maybe they can like weigh in. I don't know. But I'm going to ask the city manager, anything. General manager of emergency and protective services, anything. Let me know.
Mr. Mayor, I just finished saying that the plan, and you had Interim Chief Bell on the call. You asked him, the councillor asked him the same question. He answered the question. It's for him to answer the question. I have an awareness of what the overall strategy is, but I don't have the plan. We just finished having a conversation where board members themselves said that, first of all, council can't ask for the plan. Maybe you can go to a board meeting, but police aren't going to share the plan. They haven't shared it with me. I have no ability.
I'm not talking about the police plan. I'm talking about the city plan.
The plan.
Can we allow residents to park all over their streets so that these people coming in from outside, these sympathizers, cannot take up all the space on their street? Can we do that? Like, is anybody thinking this through?
Mr. Mayor, please. Mr. Mayor, the plan that is happening with police is integrated with what the city's doing. And all those things are part of a response that police are saying they're planning. They have the resources. I'm not going to share what those things are from the ones that I know, and I don't even have all the details. And you're pointing at this, I understand your frustration, and because we're in a governance structure and I report to you, you're expressing frustration to city staff about what are we doing in the plan to protect the people in the downtown neighborhoods. I'm supporting through our staff the police efforts. And I'm not blaming police. Police are not able to share right now what they're doing, but we got a briefing today in terms of, I spoke to Interim Chief Bell, just to give me the outline of what's the framework of how they're going to approach this. But he did not share any details, any timelines, or any specifics. There's a team that's working on that. Which road closures, which things are they going to do to prepare for this weekend? So unfortunately, I can't answer your question. Well, I'm not leading this response like I would be leading a tornado response or a flood response. I'm not. I'm asked to put up roadblocks. I'm asked to send people there. I'm asked to bring barriers. I'm not asked to arrest people or to make sure people are safe in their community. That is not in the responsibility of the municipality.
I'm going to leave this. No, I want to finish, Mayor. I'm going to leave this. I want people on Somerset Street. I want people on Elgin. I want people on Metcalf. I want people on Lisgar and on Cooper and on McLeod and on Gladstone to be safe this weekend. This is the 4th weekend. We've had time to prepare. I want them to be safe. I am not asking you what you're doing up on the hill. I'm not asking you what you're doing on Wellington. I'm asking you what is happening to keep people safe on those streets in the downtown core, because every weekend they are in clear danger. I just hope someone's listening. That's all I hope.
Thank you. Councillor Conseiller Fleury, s'il vous plaît.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. City Manager Steve Kay, a couple of questions. So we passed the motion, I believe it was last council, in relation to asking the feds in the province to hurry up some of the business relief and wages shortfall for businesses in Ottawa. Do you or have your team looked at things we could do locally? We've sort of bridged the month now where we've gone from late January into mid-February, and business owners are asking us, what can the city do in terms of their fixed costs for hydro, property taxes, water bill? That applies obviously to residents who've lost their job, but also and as importantly, businesses in the area. So wondering if your team's looked at that.
Yeah, I think I'm just looking, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, if Wendy Stephenson is here. Wendy, would you give us an update on some of the things you've been looking at?
Yeah, thanks very much, Steve. And thank you, Councillor, for asking that question. We've definitely had some discussions with Mr. Willis and his team in terms of what kind of supports we could put in place. What we would really like to see is what the federal government is going to bring forward in terms of that relief. In the Prime Minister's conference, he mentioned that specific relief for Ottawa businesses and details of that would be coming in, what he said, the next couple of days. So we'd like to see that piece, and then understanding that, we can look at if there's additional assistance that we can wrap around it. So things, if there's something we could do with respect to property taxes and potential deferral of due dates or things like that, so we can help these businesses get through these times. But very, I think, important for us to see in terms of what the federal government's going to do, so then we can wrap the right supports around it and not, I'm going to say, overlay something or kind of get in the way of what the federal government wants to do.
It's urgent. It's urgent. That I get calls every day from businesses who are saying if the relief program is not in, they have a decision to make by the end of the month. And it's the same thing with, you've seen it covered in local news on some of the wages. I mean, employees that go pay to pay, this, we're now 2 weeks without pay. It's very significant. So thank you for that. So if you wouldn't mind keeping both Councillor McKenney and I specifically appraised, our BIs are asking for it. I want to understand, Steve, the role of EOC and ICC. I'm familiar, unfortunately, because of the sinkhole and other emergency situations in Ottawa, how the city team is really effective on the emergency operations when the center's called and everyone's at the table. And I have to admit, as I asked you the question, this creation of an integrated command center has brought everything under police and it's lost the city's accountability at some level in terms of our own local bylaws. And I wonder if you feel the same way, and if not, like, please clarify to me, because I think Councillor McKenney's point is extremely important on our ability as a city to be strategic if we can't end the occupation before the weekend, to have extreme road closures. Residents in the area can walk, so close the streets. And it's the same with Bylaw. Like, Bylaw feels handcuffed. I understand in the red zone feeling handcuffed because you have to be strategic, but you know, the folks that aren't following parking rules in residential areas outside of the zone should be ticketed. So I guess I'm questioning the efficacy of ICC in the spirit of our daily city business, which can be very effective.
No, Mr. Mayor, thank you to the council for asking that, because you're giving me an opportunity to clarify. I think, you know, a lot of the you know, emergency management kind of you know, vocabulary, and people get confused about how things are actually operate. And what we have is a National Capital Region Command Center, which is an integration of all services that are engaged in the event. And police have basically, if you look at it, that's the group that manages the whole event as an integrated way with the federal government, with any provincial agencies involved, and with city services. So we're all there together, working, coordinating. The police have broken out their piece into an integrated command center because there's 3 police services now. Normally there'd just be, if it was a flood, it'd just be Ottawa Police there, for instance, or if it was a specific incident. But because RCMP, OPP, and Ottawa Police are the dominant police services, and there are other municipal forces here from various GTA services and down in Southern Ontario, the police have basically broken out a joint command to manage the police resources, which feed into the National Capital Region Command Center. So we never lose the overall sight of what the response is. The police, as I said, when it comes to response and enforcement, and when you ask yourself the question, if you just stop for a second and think, if there's a plan that's going to be implemented, who's going to execute that plan to move the protesters out? It's going to be the police. That's their role in civil society. That's their mandate in the Police Services Act. They have the authority to be able to clean out the protesters. They can't do it alone. They need supports, they need barriers, they need people to close roads, they need people to do all kinds of things to support them. Children's aid, if there's children up there, all that is being worked on to make sure there's a coordinated response. And I know, you know, when I listen to Councillor McKenney, I understand the frustration, because you're on council, you want to get answers, but you don't have jurisdictional authority or oversight over the organizations that are leading this. So my opening comments were, this is a multi-jurisdictional governance challenge. It's a puzzle. We're in a national capital region that's dealing with federal, provincial, municipal, and then further that with the parliamentary protective services, who have a different force on the parliamentary precinct. And you have all these agencies, and Gatineau, you have all these agencies who are engaged in protecting the capital. And it's a very complicated thing to bring people together. And our best effort to do that, and which has been implemented in every other emergency we've had here, is the National Capital Region Command Center, which brings together whoever has to be in that room. Transit, Public Works, we're all there, under the guidance of the lead agency. If it was a fire burning through the whole city, the fire department would be the lead. If it's public health, emergency, public health is the lead, and we all follow public health and support public health. That's the way emergency management plans. In this case, the legislation is clear. Police lead public order responses. They are the lead, they are in charge. They have the tools to be able to enforce and put this thing down. But they need support from other services at the federal, provincial, and municipal level.
I appreciate you taking the time to give the macro view, to bring it to the micro aspects of it. So, you know, we have amazing team members at the city who want to be called on, and every time we've had a challenge, the floods, the tornadoes, the vaccination, the team steps up. I've seen amazing things from your team, your team, City Manager. I wonder if to me, it feels a bit underwhelming this time. I think that's what Councillor McKinney is also insinuating, which is we have tools within fire services to stop fires. We have abilities within bylaw to really protect neighborhoods. We have knowledge through traffic on how to close streets. And I don't want to second guess police in such a challenging of an environment. But beyond the red zone, how come we're not able to take the city's strategy and efforts to be extremely strategic in our response? I hear you around the red zone. I'm not sure. I think that's maybe where I'm confused, and I see some opportunities that to me go missing.
No, well, I think it's also a myth that the control center only manages a red zone. They manage any area in and outside the red zone and direct resources as they're needed, because there have been, obviously, as you and Councillor McKinney know better than anybody, major disturbances in neighborhoods which aren't in the red zone or might be outside the red zone. We've had problems, further south, east, and west outside the red zone, which police have had to respond to with bylaw and other services. So they're looking at the big picture citywide. I mean, we also have Coventry. Coventry's, outside the part of the red zone, but not here right downtown. We're monitoring that. And so the control center is looking at the big picture around the city and in the neighborhoods. And the question really becomes, the question, I suppose the issue is the assessment of how good a job has been done so far up to this point. And people obviously think, hey, it's not been that good. There's been gaps. And, as somebody said, or I think it was Councillor McKinney, there'll be an inquiry. Well, it's required under law. Now that the Emergency Act has been implemented, there will be an inquiry. We will have an inquiry in those questions and all the things that have happened, the decision-making, the governance, interjurisdictional, all that will come to bear in terms of what happened and what are the lessons learned to improve it. But up till now, yeah, have there been mistakes? Absolutely. Have there been some positive things that have been happening? Absolutely. Has it been perfect? No. But I think now they're getting momentum. My sense is, resources have come to the table, and I'm feeling very confident for the first time in weeks that police are going to be able to take some action and implement the plan.
Could you clarify that Chief Ayotte, yourself, or someone from the emergency management team is at this NICC table? Because again, I'll give you an example. Yesterday, mid-afternoon, I get a call from the Rideau Center. Someone had accessed their parking lot and was starting to load gas from there to the famous corner spot there at Rideau and Sussex. So the Rideau Center calls for towing. They're told you have to go through Bylaw. Bylaw then reports it back into the NCIPP, who takes hours to respond. It's the end of the day. There's nothing happening. This is while the Rideau Center is closed, while everything's in crisis. I'm giving you like a very example. Like I have at least 25 of those. I'm just wondering, like, the command chain of the NICCP is focused on the police response. I'm the first one to raise my hand, and the occupation, bring enforcement. But on the other side, I'm feeling like we're shortchanging our abilities as a city to be extremely targeted and responsive as these incidents happen, like the one I'm describing.
Yes, again, Bylaw has a limited role in that. They're called to toll. It depends how the call came in and what the information is. But are there going to be sometimes gaps in the response? Absolutely. Normally, the call should be going. It should go to Bylaw. In this case, it should have went over to police. And then because the National Capital Regional Command Center is not a response taking group. They're planning and they're organizing and coordinating to make sure that actions are undertaken. They're not a response unit. That has to go through the normal response process. So individual one-off items don't necessarily go through there. So I heard about this, and I heard that the vehicle was gone by the time they arrived there. The person apparently left, but I don't know all the rest of the details. But yeah, sometimes there's going to be gaps depending where it's called. And the National Capital Regional Command Center is not their 911 center. That's not what their role is.
Okay, I have two more questions and then I'll step off. It's become very apparent that we're used to protests in Ottawa, and 100% of protests are sort of like we roll the red carpet, we put the special event signs on our parking things, and they go to Parliament Hill, go to an embassy, go to a park, and leave. This is very different. I don't have to remind everyone. I still don't understand why special event signs are up. Those special event signs need to come down, and we need to enforce those parking rules. Like, to me, there's incomprehensible elements in our response that it's like, well, I'm not an expert in emergency management, but residents are bringing stuff up to us that it's like, well, we're 20 days into this and we still have special event signs for parking. Like, no, I want bylaw to ticket that. So is that something, you know, if you're not aware of it, is that something that you can take back and see resolution? Because those are all tools that we need to have. I know Councillor Leeper and I have had discussions on bringing, you know, changing the parking rules or so to make it even more aggressive for the response. So I'm interested to hear from you, like, do we feel that all these rocks are turned and we're leveraging all opportunities we have as a city?
Yeah, Kim Ayotte can actually speak to that, Councillor. So Kim.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards, actually, the special events signs, and I have Jennifer Turkelson on the line too from Bylaw, who can actually expand on this if you need it. But with regards to the special event signs, they're there to suggest that there's absolutely no parking. So if you're parked at a used to be a meter, but now it's, you know, the new parking system, and it's got the special event sign on it saying there's no parking at all, you're going to get a ticket. The problem is that we're in the red zone, and it's a safety issue, and we need police to actually help us, guide us to make the decision on whether or not we're going to issue the ticket in the red zone. So I don't know, Jennifer, are you on the line? And perhaps you could add to that.
Yes, I'm here. Thanks very much, Kim. No, you explained it perfectly. I am from a traffic perspective. We work with our partners in traffic, obviously, to place any additional signs up. Those are the ones that are disposable disposal at this time, which are the special event no stopping signs. I know that's conflicting, but that is what they're called, and under our legislation give us the ability to go in and issue that ticket, and the most appropriate ticket for this event or this occupation.
And I won't reiterate my final thing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the leniency. The final thing for me, Steve, is I'm like Catherine. I recognize that police will not give us the plan for safety reasons. I am confident that now at this point they do have a plan and want to see an end of the occupation before what is a family day-long weekend. But I'd love for us as a city to give Councillor McKenney and I and others who have folks who are occupying a bit of a bigger strategy on street closures. We don't want to see folks come in through the weekend. And, you know, what really woke me up to that wasn't necessarily the issues in the community, although the honking and the intimidation is rampant and unbearable, but it was really the situation on Riverside. If residents can figure out where these convoys are going and stop them, then there's something we're not doing right. And to me, that's a big lesson learned. If we can't get this solved before the weekend, we really need the city to give a game plan on street closures and tell residents, look, use transit and walk for the weekend. We're going to protect the situation. People understand.
I agree with you, Councillor, but again, the street closures has to be based on police intelligence and police plans in terms of where we're closing the streets. And I'm not passing the buck. We're working well with police. I'm not doing that at all. I'm not pointing fingers. It's the last thing. We need leadership now. We need to rise above this. We need to get focused on dealing with this crazy situation we're in. But we can't just go close streets that we want to close without an integrated approach with what police are doing. We need to understand that. And I get the rationale for it. I get why you want to do it. But we have to work together to ensure we have proper and appropriate information that's in line with what the police plan to execute in terms of their operational plans. They're not independent of each other. We can't close streets, and police might need that street, or there might be a reason they don't want it closed. There's a whole bunch of reasons that are happening in real time as these protesters, if they descend on the weekend, on the city this weekend, are managing and when they interdict them and when they want to stop them and what they want to do. And so we don't act independently. Say, okay, we'll close all these streets and we'll let police know. No, it goes the other way. Police are telling us which streets do we want closed. Help us manage that with your traffic people and your public works people. Again, I go back to who's leading the response. And it's not a blame thing. That's where the accountability lies and the expertise lies.
Well, I go back to Ottawa proud, and we're 1 million in population, and these are a few hundred folks. Like at some point, we're more powerful as a city and a community, and I think we really have to bring that forward. Anyhow, I appreciate your answers, and I hope that you can reach out to both Councillor McKinney and other impacted and I ahead of the weekend if the occupation's not ended, so that we can fully discuss.
I will endeavor to get you as much information as I can before the weekend.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much. Late hours, I've only got a couple of questions. Thanks to city staff, I realize how much work this is for them and the complications they're in, right from bylaw to garbage collectors, and of course all our public health and everyone else who's trying to exist in the red zone. So I appreciate all their efforts. It's obviously very complicated for them. The question I had was about bylaw. We keep it, there was pleas to get more police. I never heard any pleas to get more bylaw officers, yet a lot of these things are bylaw infractions that we've been asking to have done. I'm wondering how we're managing, because we've gone through some tough times before with bylaw, just, the pandemic and when they had to go and change duties and ticket people for all different things. I don't want to get into that, but I haven't heard how we're managing on the bylaw front and in the staffing, because it seems like it would be a huge strain. I heard you talk about the fact that bylaw has to be accompanied by police, and yes, obviously that takes police resources, but I haven't heard how we're handling the bylaw resources.
Kim?
Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to answer that. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. With regards to bylaw officers for this specific event, we do not have any challenges with regards to staffing. We have enough staffing to do it. It is entirely a security issue. It's entirely around having enough police to protect them to go in and do this work. And then it's when we do go in, are we fanning the flames and making it worse and creating the riot? And that's the concern that keeps being relayed to us with regards to when do we go in and when do we not go in? Is the crowd agitated? Are we going to make it worse rather than make it better? And I understand that there's some concern. So it's not really a staffing. Our bylaw officers are ready and actually eager to go in and do whatever they can do to help in this particular case.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it, and we have a lot of respect for the work they do. I know that in any situation, bylaw officers never exactly meet happy faces of people when they're giving tickets. I think one of the big things that comes out of this, if this is ever over, is just the fact that trucks can come into a city and take it over, but the fact that these are public spaces that are meant for vehicles, that these are public spaces that can easily be come in because they're all roads and they're not spaces for people to walk and cycle. I'm hoping that I know this isn't directly yours, and certainly love to talk to planning about it, but I think we have to work with the National Capital on this in the future, because this is an area that is always been filled with cars when it shouldn't have been. And I hope that we're looking at that for the future, that we make more spaces in our core, in our red zone, as walkable as possible and as impossible for cars to get in. So, because that's not the way we should be going. We should be having more public spaces that are not meant for vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First, I just want to say thank you very much to Melanie, Joanna, Terry, other councillor liaisons who may have been responding to the multiple notes that I'm sending. I just want to say thank you. They are professional, they're fast, and they're helping me to reassure residents as we go through some particularly difficult times and see, some of the impacts of this occupation in Kitchissippi Ward. But Steve, I want to come back again to the larger plan for trying to minimize the number of people who are getting into the downtown core. This isn't an event. This isn't Canada Day. We don't want it to be easy for people to get down to Parliament Hill. We want it to be hard. At Bank and Riverside, a small group of people who probably could have been traffic barrels stopped a convoy of 25 vehicles, right? That's 50, 60, 70 people who didn't flood into Centertown to create the issues that Councillor McKenney has been talking so much about. And I'm just not convinced that the city is taking that bigger, broader, regional look at how people are getting in. I've got a motion coming forward that simply asks the city to work with councillors to make road closures this weekend a priority. Because right now, when you're driving into the city of Ottawa, there's a big sign that says, occupation parking this way. It seems like we're trying to enable the flood of people who are coming in. And with the right strategic road closures, I cannot help but think that we can minimize the crowds who are creating so many problems for Councillor Fleury, so many problems for Councillor McKenney. So I'd like to hear more about how we can accomplish, without police involvement, closures on our wider road network that help to reduce the volume of those crowds who are coming in. Like, why isn't that happening?
Again, Mr. Mayor, we're not acting independently from police in terms of where the road closures are. It's an integrated team, and I'm not, I know I'm repeating myself, but we're not closing roads on our own outside the integrated command. That's the structure we have to make sure there's coordination. You're obviously expressing a dissatisfaction with what's happened so far. I totally understand, and I agree with you. And that's something, obviously, the feedback, I need to take that back to the team to say, okay, where are we on the traffic plan? What's happening in the weekend? But the convoys that are coming in, they're starting to pick them up way out of Ottawa or on the limits and guide them in. Last weekend, I think they did a better job in terms of how many vehicles got into town, in terms of how many they diverted, that the public may not even know about. I think police did a good job on that. But then again, you can move your motion, but I still need to work with police in terms of ensuring that we can execute that plan. The resources are there to execute the plan, and we don't end up creating other problems by closing some streets. Because the danger, of course, is that people are just going to drop off their vehicles. We can't close every road. I remember one council said to me, or message and said, close a whole bunch of streets so they can't get into a particular part of the city. And the answer that came back is we can't close them all because wooden barricades won't stop it. To put the big Jersey barriers there, you need to keep an opening, you need to staff it. We don't have enough resources to staff it. They'll drive right through. So there's some real logistical problems to closing streets throughout the city. And the other issue is the displacement that happens if we're not strategic about it, in that people can drop their trucks off and they'll do it. They'll leave it in areas we don't want them to leave because we can't close every street. So it's a coordinated effort to guide them through, keep them away from where we want to keep them away, and prevent them from creating another area which police have to monitor and manage outside the footprint that we want to create, and spread our resources even thinner. Where that was the case certainly the last 2 weeks when police didn't have enough resources to deal with all the traffic problems and all the checkpoints that they were required to staff, even on the red zone, just to cover those. So I'm hoping. So it's complicated. It's not that it's not doable, but it's complicated to cover all the streets we need to cover and close them, and to close them so that no one can get in. Big difference. It's not like over in in Byron, where we were closing them for pandemic, and that was a great idea, and you had a great walkway, but they were wood barriers. I mean, anybody with a pickup truck would just run over that and not even get a dent.
Again, no, I think the concern that Councillor McKenney and I are expressing is it's the party crowd. It's people who aren't necessarily going to be bringing their big rigs and smashing through barricades. We accomplish road closures all the time that people respect. And I think what I'm asking with my motion is just to work with councillors on some road closures that I'm not convinced city staff are currently proposing to that integrated command center.
Enough, fair enough, and we'll take those. I'll take those and we'll feed them in. Kim, did you want to add something? You just messaged me. You said you might have some comments to help here.
Yeah, I think it's important to know that the Traffic Incident Management Group, which is part of the EOC and part of the National Capital Commission, the NCRCC, it includes our traffic management people. It includes people like Phil Landry, et cetera, and it includes police. And they review all of the different possibilities with regards to road closures, and will continue to do that, especially for the weekend. But the police still make the ultimate decision on how it actually gets closed, and that's the challenge that we have right now. But we will bring that back to that group. There's a specific group. They're working full time on this every day, all the time. So I know we've received many comments from councillors about closing roads, and they have been forwarded to the group for consideration. So that's the process that we have in place right now, and we'll continue to look into it and see if we can help.
Is there reticence to close stores because that interferes with other residents' freedom of movement around the city?
It's part of the consideration. The consideration also is about public safety and how do you get emergency vehicles in, and how do we actually access certain areas with emergency vehicles, ambulances, fire trucks, et cetera. So there's a whole bunch of things that you have to consider. But we certainly, ideally, it's better to close them with a police cruiser, and then the police cruiser can move when an emergency vehicle comes. You put a hard barricade down, we're creating all kinds of new challenges and potential safety issues. So those are part of the challenges that are considered.
No, and I certainly understand it. I mean, my staff and I work with Phil Landry's team all the time to accomplish closures, and I know that it's complex. But again, I'm just not convinced that we're looking broadly enough, given the ease with which people from out of town who want to show their allyship with this occupation are making their way downtown. They're finding parking, and they're swelling those crowds. I will leave it there, Mayor. I know there's a lot of other questions, and it's getting late.
Great, thank you. Councillor Luloff.
If you'll quickly indulge me briefly, at the beginning of this week, I floated a widely publicized and controversial motion on this item that I was considering bringing forward today, which had majority support around this table and was the beginning of a discussion, and not one that I ever wanted to have. And I feel that people deserve an explanation for it. The citizens of Ottawa are tired and frustrated with the perceived inaction at all levels, and this discussion was already taking place in the civil discourse. We're seeing that discussion now taking place at the federal level, and I think it was an important discussion to be had. But with the Prime Minister's announcement earlier this week and the assertion of the interim chief that we have what we need, what I was asking for may not be necessary at this time. And I was not asking for martial law, as has been reported on Twitter. Far from it. We had heard time and time again that we don't have the resources, the vehicles to deal with this occupation. And what Section 275 of the National Defense Act would have done, when local forces are overwhelmed by a disturbance of the peace, it allows for the request for personnel and equipment in aid to the civil power. We've been asking for resources that had not come. The situation still may quickly turn more dangerous than it already is as tensions rise. And civil order must be established before any productive conversation can be had, and if there remains one to be had. Our provinces are beginning to lift these public health measures. Our citizens have sacrificed and worked hard to protect each other, and this is their victory. We cannot allow others to swoop in at the 11th hour and claim credit for something that they had nothing to do with for political or financial gain. There have always been very legitimate concerns about the curtailing of civil liberties as a response to this global pandemic, and people are exhausted, disconnected, and they're hurting. And we've spent a lot of time talking about businesses and how to support businesses, but these businesses are run by people. And when they can't freely exchange in the market, it hurts them and it hurts us all. So general frustration and anger is genuine and should not be discounted. It is clear, however, that there are criminal and nefarious elements attempting to, with some success, co-opt this anger and frustration for their own political and financial gain. This is dangerous and must be stopped. Compte tenu de l'annonce du Premier ministre cette semaine,
the Prime Minister made an announcement today. He invoked actually the act on the security measure.
Meant to start a discussion, and it did. And I want to thank everyone that reached out or expressed their opinion to all of us and to you, my colleagues, who were respectful and thoughtful as I spoke to almost all of you about it. So for now, it's off the table. May it never have to be considered again. I hope with the recent developments, we start to see the results that we've seen in Coutts and at the Ambassador Bridge and in British Columbia. I hope this ends peacefully, and I hope that even after this very divisive meeting today, that we can recommit to working hard together to get through this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shirelli, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in the case of, for example, Councillor Leeper's motion, I need a ruling. Is this kind of motion even in order? Since you've declared a state of emergency, and under a state of emergency, you have a command center, and all of the related logistics and orders come from that and come from you, Your Worship, but they are specifically not to come from council. So it seems to me like these kinds of motions are an attempt by council to alter some of the decisions of you as the mayor and of the command center. So I suspect that these motions are out of order, and I'd like a ruling on that.
Mr. Clerk, my understanding is you reviewed all of the motions and they in fact are in order. Can you confirm that, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that is my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councillor Shirelli?
No.
Okay, Councillor Tierney. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I think Councillor Shirelli had something else there.
Councillor Shirelli.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to help to continue the name calling through the rest of this. By calling people who came as part of the trucker convoy different names, whether you believe them to be true or not, it probably doesn't make them want to cooperate. And so I just ask people to keep that in mind.
Councillor Tierney, please.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Steve, I just want to, first of all, say thank you to all the staff that we forget about during this entire, well, at first it was just pandemic, and now it's occupation, our road clearing staff, our garbage staff, all the people that are out there that are dealing and bobbing and weaving. They've done a tremendous job, and they keep going on. So please pass on our thanks that they're able to keep up. I mean, let's face it, a road's closed here. How do I pick up the garbage? It's got to be some really large challenges. And I hear from the road clearing perspective, it certainly is. So thanks to them for trying to stay ahead of this. I do have a question. Councillor Hubley and I had that motion at a special council before about doing the review of what's gone on here, you know, what went wrong. I just want assurances from you because, again, we were looking at trying to get some of these answers back by May to ensure that we're better prepared for the future. And speaking with my colleague, we have opportunities here if we're starting this process now to, from an observatory perspective, to see what's going on. And plus, I know a couple other council colleagues added some questions to that amendment, the addendum, forgive me, that was a part of that motion. Are we still proceeding with that? How is that going to be executed?
Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we have that motion. We haven't commenced that because we're still in it. We still intend to do a review, even if it's a cursory review within the timeline that council passed. So I don't see any issues with that in terms of having something for May, but I don't think it'll be an extremely, comprehensive thing that you would normally do in an after action report, but we should be able to satisfy the intent of the motion.
And including the questions that are part of the appendixes as well, Steve? I just want to be sure of that.
Yeah, we're going to look at those questions. That's the heart of the motion, and we'll have something back.
That's terrific. Thank you. That's all, Mr.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor, for your indulgence. I am sorry to get on the list one more time. I know that I think it was a couple of weeks ago, I heard from military personnel about the logistics equipment that is available to help move trucks. You know, a good list of the equipment that they have and the qualifications of the people who offer it. In light of the Emergency Act, are we able to lean on the Canadian Forces for logistics help and equipment? Are they able to put that in service of moving vehicles or cleaning up vehicles without our having to go to the extent of more formally involving the Canadian Forces in this effort?
Mr. Mayor, my understanding from Interim Chief Bell is that they believe they have access to the equipment they need with the Act, particularly through the RCMP and OPP. So they're not divulging what that is or what the equipment and strategies are. I don't believe it's military equipment at this point. I think they are satisfied that they will have what they need to be able to get the job done when that time comes.
Okay. Are there any hurdles, though, to using equipment that is normally used by the Canadian Armed Forces?
I believe that the Prime Minister did not move into the, I forget the name of the act, David White might have to remind me, the Defense Civil Act. There's so many acts. I've learned a lot about how much legislation there is out there, but I don't believe it would be requested under a different act. And the Prime Minister didn't open the door to military use with the enactment of the Emergency Act this week. So David White, are you still there? What's the other act we'd have to go through in that legal? I just forget the details.
I think what you're referring to, Steve, would be the National Defense Act. There are provisions that allow the Attorney General of the province to ask the military, to requisition the use of the military for that purpose.
So that bright line still exists. I'm just wondering, when we have military involvement helping with the floods, for example, sandbagging and that's, under what authority is the military brought in for that?
It'd be, my understanding would be the same thing. We ended up going through the Attorney General, who went to the federal government, so it followed that path. And then eventually I was put in contact with the Chief of Defense Staff after it cleared their channels, and the Prime Minister agreed. And then we deployed resources, and he assigned a commander in charge of the troops that came here.
Okay. No, that's good. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. So we'll now go on to the motions. The first one is Councillor Kavanaugh, seconded by Councillor Brockington. Councillor Kavanaugh, if you'd like to introduce your motion, please.
Thank you. Are you putting it up? Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate that when I ask questions about the areas around schools, that these are being considered as a priority as well. We have heard reports and school boards have had to make preparations in regards to school zones. So if you like, I can go right down or read it out, but just move it up a bit, please. Thank you. Whereas the Freedom Convoy occupation of the city of Ottawa is now in its third week with no clear end in sight, and whereas the occupation continues to randomly spread out to other parts of the city, and whereas organizers of the occupation have released statements being unequivocal about their demands, they seek to hold the city of Ottawa hostage as leverage against federal and provincial governments, and that they have no intention of ending their campaign and leaving the city until their demands are met. And whereas City of Ottawa is in a state of emergency in response to the continued illegal occupation of the city's downtown core, and whereas the methods used by individuals participating in the demonstrations to illegally occupy the city of Ottawa and terrorize residents and businesses utilize unprecedented tactics that have no place in a free and democratic society and mark an intolerable departure from what would be considered lawful protest, including reports from Ottawa Carleton District School Board of harassment at an Ottawa school towards teachers, parents, and staff. And whereas a number of schools have been forced to have indoor recesses in order to maintain a safe environment. And whereas schools remain a place where everyone, children, students, staff, parents, and the community feel safe, welcome, and respected. Whereas a safe, inclusive, and accepting school environment is essential for our student well-being and achievement. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Ottawa condemn the presence of Freedom Convoy protesters in or in the vicinity of school zones. And I thank my seconder, Councillor Brockington.
Okay, any questions or comments on the motion by Councillor Kavanaugh, seconded by Councillor Brockington?
Carried.
Update. The next motion is by Councillor McKenney and seconded by Councillor Menard, please.
Thank you. Whereas since on or about Friday, January 28th, 2022, hundreds of vehicles and hundreds to thousands of individuals at any given time have illegally occupied the downtown core. And whereas the occupation has impacted every aspect of life in the City of Ottawa's core, including transit, transportation, business, shopping, recreation, tourism, sightseeing, snow clearing and snow removal, work, income, and has impacted quality of life measures like peace and quiet, recreation, sleep, personal security, stress, and safety. Therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor of the City of Ottawa issue a formal apology on behalf of City Council to the citizens of the City of Ottawa, and in particular to those citizens in the downtown core for failing to protect them and for failing to provide safety, security, and service to them.
Councillor Curry, please.
So I think this is a very good motion in terms of an apology. Apologies are very important to people. And I think that the people of downtown really are different from a lot of the zones, wards that we represent and need to be spoken to in terms of apologizing. My only concern about this motion is in the last parts of it in terms of when we have written to ask for help and it has not arrived in a timely fashion. When the chief, former chief, asked again and again and again for 1,800 officers and they didn't come. I wonder if it is, I mean, I guess I feel it's not really we're not the only people to have an apology. And I would like a real thought on that in terms of wrap up. Does this at all say to the federal government or the provincial government that it is all our fault? Because I really think an apology is a valuable thing to do. And I wonder about that because it's so frustrating to all of us that all levels of government, and you know, there will be an inquiry to see who played what role, but all levels of government have a role to play in where we are right now. So I guess I just would like to understand that in terms of what does that say to the federal and provincial governments that we are taking sole responsibility. Well, at the same time, I do see the value of an apology. I just want to understand that a little bit better.
Is that to Councillor McKenney or to our city solicitor?
Actually, it's city solicitor too, and definitely to Councillor McKenney.
Okay, Councillor McKenney, first.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I guess, yeah, we can't ask other levels of government to apologize. Certainly expect that they will, because they have also been quite negligent in their response to what is happening. We have a federal government that's lost its capital and didn't do much about it. Continues not to do enough, and provincial government that reacted far too slowly as well. So, yeah, I don't see that it's appropriate to put it into this apology. This is from us, but I expect that you know, people who are represented by those other levels of government should be asking their representatives if, in fact, they would be willing to issue an apology at some point as well. I hope that helps explain why I only made it from the city.
Yeah, no, thank you. I would like to hear from the solicitor just in terms of what, if there's any concern he might have, but you know, I think I'll be supporting this.
Mr. Mayor, the value of apologies without the concerns around potential legal liabilities actually was recognized in the province of Ontario when they passed the Apologies Act. So the fact that a party makes an apology does not have any legal consequence, but it as you say, it has value beyond that.
Thank you for that, because that's interesting. And so I think that's great then. I will be supporting this.
Okay. Excuse me. Thank you very much, councillors. On the motion by Councillor McKenney, seconded by Councillor Menard. Adopté.
Carried.
Dissent.
Dissent by Councillor Fleury.
No, I didn't dissent. I didn't dissent.
It's Councillor Darouz.
Okay, sorry. Next is a fair free transit by Councillor McKenney and Councillor Fleury. Councillor McKenney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just waiting for it to come up. Whereas since on or about Friday, January 28th, 2022, hundreds of vehicles and hundreds to thousands of individuals at any given time have illegally occupied the downtown core. And whereas the occupation has blocked city streets and transit routes throughout the downtown core, and whereas some monthly transit pass holders paid for February passes but have limited use of them, therefore be it resolved that OC Transpo provide no charge, actually I had fare free, so I'm going to change that, fare free bus and para-transpo service to residents and workers in the affected areas beginning on Sunday, February 20th, 2022, and until 30 days after the city is no longer in a state of emergency under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act by A, collecting no fares as customers board buses at any bus stop on bus routes 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 55, 56, 85, and 114, except that fares will continue to be required at the pedestrian entrances to the fare paid zones at Greenboro, Herdman, and Tunney's pasture stations, and B, collecting no fares for paratransport trips which are booked to or from addresses in Somerset and Rideau Vanier wards, and be it further resolved that the foregone revenue from the no charge transit be funded from the Transit Operating Reserve, and the city seek to recover the foregone revenue from other levels of government in the request for compensation from the occupation. I guess this one obviously speaks for itself. We've not had service, really, transit service outside of the LRT in the downtown core since this began. So this is a way of recognizing that and providing fare-free service from now until, 30 days after we drop the Emergency Measures Act. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor, and thank you. I know you worked with Councillor Hubley on this motion, and
yes,
Councillor Hubley is the next to speak. Councillor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Councillor McKenney because I know she's got a lot. They have a lot on their plate right now with everything that's going on. But Councillor McKenney took the time to work with staff to make sure that this was something doable. I can tell you staff were honored to be a part of working on this for the people that have been so affected by this occupation. And so I'm definitely supporting Councillor McKenney's motion and hope that everyone else does as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hubley. Councillor Fleury, s'il vous plaît.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hubley, for that, and thank you, Councillor McKenney, for bringing the motion up. I want to share with colleagues and the public some of the challenges of getting to bus stops, with many of the bus stops starting or ending at Rideau Center. The challenges of not being able to go down Rideau Street have really forced the detours significantly out of the area. In my zone particularly, we're very fortunate to have the LRT. The LRT is good, as you know, for connecting communities into the area, but it's not good for community routes, specifically in my area, like through Centertown, but also through Rideau Rockcliffe and Rideau Vanier, which have been impacted by the limited access through Rideau Street. So, and we've heard from many residents also how challenging it's been with these detours and how costly it's been for them to select other modes of transportation to get to and from work. So I really hope that colleagues support this. I think it's an important action to relieve some of the pressures that residents are feeling and that employees are feeling getting into employment areas.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leeper, please.
Very briefly to everyone from OC Transpo, from management to the operators to everyone involved, thank you. This is extraordinarily tough. I've been riding a fair bit of transit through the course of this, and the job that you've been doing is spectacular under exceedingly difficult circumstances. So thank you very much to everybody at OC Transpo.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. On the motion as presented, carried. Adopt day.
Carried.
Motion is from Councillor King, seconded by Councillor Brockington, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and just waiting for it to come up on the screen. Whereas the Ontario government has introduced the temporary Ontario staycation tax credit this year, encouraging residents and families to take short-term trips within the province in an effort to boost the tourism and hospitality sector amid the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Whereas Ontarians are eligible to claim up to a maximum of $1,000 as individuals or $2,000 who have a spouse or common law partner or child to see a return of $200 or $400 respectively. This can be for one trip or for multiple trips, and the stay must be under a month. Whereas individuals have traveled to the city of Ottawa with the intent to illegally occupy the municipality, terrorize residents and businesses, as well as utilize unprecedented tactics that have no place in a free and democratic society. Therefore, be it resolved that the mayor write to the premier to indicate on behalf of council that the individuals involved in the illegal occupation should not qualify for the tax credit, since the application of such a tax credit would financially benefit individuals who have participated in the illegal occupation. It's evident to me, and in terms of past motions at our past special council meeting, my feeling, and I hope it's the will of council, is that we interdict all dollars and financial resources supporting this illegal occupation. We've heard from national security analysts, and I thank Councillor Brockington for seconding this motion. And he even had to point out the ridiculousness of this type of concept. But we've actually heard national security analysts in the press labeling people who come into the city, especially on weekends, as protest terrorists, as protest tourists. They might as well be protest terrorists. But these protest tourists should not get tax breaks for the chaos that they brought to the city. That's why I've brought this motion to the table. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you, Councillor King. On the motion, carried. Adopt day.
Carried.
Dissent.
Carried.
Dissent by
Shirelli.
Councillor Shirelli. Next, social media campaign, Councillor King, seconded by Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you once again, Your Worship, and I'll just wait for that item to be brought on the screen. Whereas Ottawa City Council condemned the use of racism, anti-Semitism, and xenophobia, the mockery of Indigenous culture, and the harassment and denigration of residents within the 2S LGBTQI plus community during this illegal occupation. Therefore, be it resolved that Council directs staff from the Anti-Racism Secretariat to work with the community-led Anti-Racism Advisory Table to consider the development of a public service campaign to promote awareness about the negative impact of racism, anti-Semitism, and xenophobia in the wake of the illegal occupation as part of the anti-racism strategy. Just very briefly, we heard the concerns of many community members about the impacts the negativity, the racism, the xenophobia that has been characteristic of this illegal occupation that has taken hold in the city. We also heard clearly the want and the need for action of the anti-racism table, who is doing diligent work to move forward the anti-racism strategy in the city. So we wanted to ensure that they knew that council is supporting them in their efforts. And so this is why I brought this motion to the table.
I think it should say council agenda 71, should it not, instead of 69? I have it on my sheet as 69, but it should say 71.
Yes,
and it's
Mr. Mayor.
a motion, not a notice of motion. So unless it's, I have a different sheet than you.
Mr. Mayor, yes, the header of the motion should reference that this special meeting has agenda 71.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Councillor Shirelli on the motion.
Thank you. At the last meeting with former Chief Slowly, I asked whether there was any evidence to support that the individual carrying racist symbols was in fact a member of the convoy. And at that time, the answer was no, and that there was an investigation to determine that. So I'd like to know if anyone can indicate whether any new evidence has surfaced indicating whether that person was a member of the convoy or was not.
So who are you asking this to, Councillor?
The police, if there is anyone from the police still online.
No, they left several hours ago.
Okay, well, I knew Mr. Bell did. Okay. All right, well, I haven't been advised that there was any such evidence.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay.
Councillor, sorry, I thought I saw another name. Does anyone else wish to speak to this item? Councillor Dudas?
I fully support this motion, 100%. And you know what? We saw signs of racism and anti-Semitism and homophobia and xenophobia. There's no denying that. That has tarnished Ottawa's brand. And we need to make sure that the residents who live in our diverse community, our amazing community, are supported and they know that we have their backs. So I think that this is a very good motion. I fully support it. And I don't think there's any further question about who was carrying what flags where. It was obvious they were there. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. On the motion as presented by Councillor King, seconded by Councillor Kavanaugh.
Carry.
Dissent by Councillor Shirelli. Next is further actions to end occupation. Councillor Menard, please, seconded by Councillor McKenney.
Thank you. Whereas an illegal occupation of the City of Ottawa has been occurring for 19 days, 20 days, and whereas this illegal occupation has engaged in harassment, threats of violence, acts of violence, and attempted acts of violence towards the residents of the City of Ottawa, and whereas this illegal occupation has employed rigs, pickup trucks, and other large vehicles as a primary method of the occupation, and as a key component in the campaign of threats, violence, and harassment of our residents. And whereas these vehicles have been used to intimidate and harm residents, including through consistent and unrelenting noise, often exceeding 110 decibels, which can cause permanent hearing loss. And whereas these idling vehicles have been adding further pollution to our city, particularly the downtown core, causing harm to the health and wellness of our residents. And whereas the vehicles, whether abandoned or inhabited, have been parked illegally for over 2 weeks in some cases. And whereas there has currently been limited enforcement by Ottawa Police Services or Bylaw services to enforce parking regulations, noise regulations, and idling regulations beyond ticketing. And whereas the City of Ottawa and Ottawa Police Services currently have the enforcement powers and the necessary tools to remove the vehicles, and whereas the Mayor of the City of Ottawa struck a back channel deal with the organizers of the illegal occupation, and whereas the residents of Centertown and other areas of the city continue to experience the noise, threats, and disruption related to the unlawful conduct of protesters despite the mayor's back channel deal, and whereas the implementation of the mayor's back channel deal has further legitimized extreme right-wing organizers of the occupation, may be used to demonstrate that the occupiers were there peacefully and legally and may cause more hardship from needed enforcement. And whereas this weekend, thousands of residents participated in protests against an illegal occupation and against city and police inaction regarding the illegal occupation. And whereas we have typically witnessed the number of vehicles parked on our streets as part of this illegal occupation diminish during the week, only to swell over the weekends, and whereas if police services continue to fail to act, it is likely that residents will continue to take action. And whereas Ottawa City Council appoints the majority of the members of Ottawa Police Services Board, and whereas residents are now once again looking to City Council to provide leadership and action in ending the illegal occupation of our city, and whereas on February 14th, 2022, the Ontario Superior Court of Justice granted the City of Ottawa's request for an injunction addressing the widespread disregard for municipal bylaws arising out of the ongoing demonstrations, and whereas the purpose of the injunction in concert with the recently enacted provincial emergency orders is to supplement the tools available to law enforcement authorities to address the unlawful conduct of protesters. Therefore, be it resolved that Ottawa City Council supports the deployment of the full array of tools recently made available in order to bring to an end the unlawful behavior continuing to take place as part of the occupation, even if this would require enforcement that would contravene the back channel deal struck by the mayor, including tools that may be used, such as 1, towing illegally parked vehicles, 2, setting strict deadlines for compliance, 3, dismantling illegal structures and fires erected by occupiers, 4, enforcing the terms of the injunction granted to the City of Ottawa, and 5, coordinating greater crowd control and dispersal measures. Thank you.
Councillor Shirelli.
Your Worship, I believe in these cases, council speaks by passing bylaws or not passing bylaws, and then enforcement is in the purview of the peace officers, the bylaw enforcement officers, to do that. And if our bylaws are sufficient, then the question is about enforcement, and we should be asking questions about that, but not directing officers to go out and lay any charges, because that would be considered inappropriate and not in line with our code of conduct. So I'm wondering if the city solicitor can indicate whether such a motion would put us in the path of actually directing peace officers to conduct certain operations.
Mr. Mayor, as I read the motion, the operative clause is an expression of support, that not a direction to enforcement staff to undertake any particular enforcement activity or to ticket any particular vehicle or anything like that. And I believe it's also in line with a motion council has passed previously along the same lines. So I don't think you're crossing a line into kind of unlawfully directing enforcement.
So that means I could go to a committee of adjustment meeting and indicate what I would support, but I just can't ask them to vote a certain way, since it's the same element of the code of conduct.
Mr. Mayor, the actions of an individual council, I would suggest that you seek advice in that regard from the Integrity Commissioner, who's able to provide advice with respect to the actions of council as a whole, as expressed in this motion. I don't see it as being problematic.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor DeRuse, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question to probably Kim, maybe. Like, what this motion will give you more power, or what this motion will help you to do what you haven't been done so far. I'm just trying to wrap my head around all the whereas. There is so many of them, 2 pages, but I'm not understanding. Can you please clarify to me what this really going to help you to do the job if you haven't been doing yet?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, this motion won't give us any additional powers that we don't already have. The injunction has been issued and we already have all of these powers. Our current challenge is getting the security, the police available to offer us security and safety when we go out and enforce these actions. So it still comes down to a safety issue for our staff in enforcing. So we want to have the police available to us to go and enforce them. But And that's always been the roadblock, I guess, if you will.
Thank you, Kim. So my question, second question will be to the city manager. Like, you've been doing all that all along, and I'm not sure if this motion really necessary is like, because you've been doing your job anyway. I'm not sure if this motion is just an emotion motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The one thing that, because today I was speaking to the police services, the police forces that are involved, police services that are involved in this, and one of the issues that came up is the Prime Minister's declaration of the Emergency Act basically covers all those things, because it's in fact illegal now to be in that area that police deem to be a protest area. So David White, could you tell us, my understanding is the police lawyers are interpreting the enforcement of the act that's just been enacted by the or declared by the Prime Minister as giving us all those powers and more. So it might be a moot point to give us that motion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the invocation of the Emergencies Act and the creation of what is in essence a no-go zone, I think it certainly provides a more readily used enforcement tool than our own bylaws in that regard. I think that was the intention, was to ensure that the law enforcement authorities had the ability to establish those areas to prevent people from entering them, but to also move vehicles out as necessary.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dudas.
This is not meant as any disrespect to our city staff. However, we have seen that just as there has been a lack of police action, we have not seen the actions of our bylaw officers. And I understand that there's reasons to not put their safety in jeopardy, nor do I want them to do so. I support this motion. I think timing of this motion is impeccable, being that we now see the ICC stood up and that we're going to see greater police action with them handing out the flyers this morning, giving those timelines. I don't see any problem with reinforcing that we support our staff and that we're going to be supporting our police in actually acting on enforcing the rule of law, including our bylaws, as well as the injunction. So if this acts as a strong reminder and maybe a support for our staff so that they can go out and know that we support them, have their backs on this, I think that this is a good reminder to them that that's the case. Even if it doesn't give you any additional powers, I think it needs to be maybe recognition of the work that we want them to do and to be safe doing. So I will be supporting this motion.
Okay, thank you. On the motion as presented, carried?
Dissent.
Carried. Dissent.
Dissent.
Okay, DeRuse and Shirelli. Next is Councillor Leeper, seconded by Councillor Brockington, please. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. And obviously, I've talked a fair bit this evening about this particular motion, which seeks to start working with staff on other street closures in conjunction with police. So whereas the continued occupation of Ottawa's downtown appears likely to continue into a fourth weekend on February 19th and 20th, I want to thank Councillor Dudas, and with Council's will, I'd like to recognize it's a long weekend, so it would be until February 21st. And whereas a demonstrable pattern has emerged during each weekend of the occupation of significantly higher attendance, as thousands of people not local to the downtown core join the occupation using their private vehicles to access the area, and whereas these additional participants demonstrably elevate the level of lawbreaking, harassment of residents, and intolerable impacts to local businesses. And whereas a significantly elevated crowd level increases the challenge to law enforcement officers of maintaining order, and whereas the preponderance of additional protesters access the site via motor vehicle, therefore be it resolved that the Council direct the General Manager of Public Works to work in collaboration with the Somerset Ward Councillor in particular, but also affected ward councillors, to accomplish such road closures anywhere in the city as can be expected to diminish the volume of motor vehicles able to access the downtown core on February 19th through 21st, and that the General Manager of Public Works or designate review these requests with Ottawa Police Services to ensure these can be accommodated designated as part of a coordinated response to the ongoing city emergency. And colleagues, what I think this will do is, one, just ensure that Public Works are hearing from councillors who have suggestions for road closures, and also to ensure that the priority this long weekend is on taking the measures that protect Centretown. There are a lot of competing priorities with respect to our road network, and above all, I think we need to consider the protection of Centretown to be our most important priority this long weekend. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And Mr. Kanalakis, is this from a logistical point of view implementable for this weekend?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the council has included the work with the Ottawa Police, as I've said earlier, so we will feed that into the center, control center. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fleury on the motion.
Simply to clarify with the mover, when we're saying Centretown, you also mean Rideau Street, Byron Market, and I'm sure Councillor King
yes,
probably want the baseball stadium. I apologize, it's been a long day.
No, absolutely. And if there's a friendly amendment that I can make, that's particularly the Somerset Ward Councillor and Rito Vanier, I'm happy to put that in as well.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on the motion, adopté, carried.
Carried.
Next is an inquiry from Councillor Fleury. Maybe you want to hit the highlights, Councillor, because I think it's about 3 pages.
It's not 3 pages, but I'm glad to submit it for the record. Basically, there are a number of questions that I have that I'm looking for answers for. I'll read the highlights and their sub-clauses, and I'll submit them officially. When did the city first request the provincial government for resources from the city mayor take place, and what was it for? When did the first request for the federal government for resources from the city mayor take place, and what was it for? Number 3, what change in circumstances led the city to declare a state of emergency on February 6th and not January 20th, when it was clear the illegal occupation was making no efforts to vacate the city? Number 4, with the impacts on the occupation, how is OC Transpo detour routes developed and implemented? And there are a number of sub asks there. Number 5, what is the role of the Emergency Operations Center when it comes to situations that are led by police authority? So I'll submit that to the clerk, Mr. Mayor, and hopefully the integral part can be taken.
Okay. Est-ce qu'il y a des autres enquêtes, Madame la...
Any other inquiries?
Conseiller Cloutier, s'il vous plaît, appointé par conseillère Kitts.
Le comité plénier se lève et présente son rapport au conseil
That the
municipal.
committee of the whole rise and report to City Council, and be it further resolved that any motions, vote, and declarations of interest recorded during the committee of the whole session be deemed to be recorded in the council session.
And point of order, Your Worship. Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead. Can you hear me?
Barely.
You have the floor on a point of order.
Yeah. Thank you. I'd just like to, before this council meeting ends, I want to thank my council colleagues for expressing their confidence in me and allowing me to continue with the Ottawa Police Services Board, a position I truly respect and have loved doing despite the workload and the challenges. But at this point, I have to say that I'm in solidarity with my chair, Diane Deans, and with Ralston King, who I admire so much, and I cannot continue to work with this board. So I respectfully decline the vote of confidence, and I will be resigning my position. So thank you, and that's it for me tonight. Thank you.
Okay, maybe what we'll do is just take a recess with this new news from Councillor Meehan. So we'll recess for 10 minutes. And,
I think we should just come back at another meeting to decide this.
There's no need to do that tonight.
Yeah, I don't want to do that tonight. We need time. So I've already been
just wondering from colleagues whether there's a desire to deal with this issue tonight, because my understanding is there'll be a board meeting tomorrow.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think we should deal with it tonight because we cannot, if we're going to be missing a board member and the new chair is taking over tomorrow and they're going for a meeting, I think you should have full board, especially in this difficult time.
Yeah, well, George, you don't have to get up at 5 a.m. and work 18 hours tomorrow. So like easy for you.
I've been
There is
working all the
absolutely
time.
no
Thank you very
reason
much.
why
Come
this
on to the
can't be done
downtown, George, and help
tomorrow.
us out here.
Right. So we did have a motion that was on the original agenda to appoint Councillor Harder. Councillor Moffat, it was your original motion. Are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
So
Just
are you
a
prepared to move
point of order to the clerk.
motion to the clerk?
My understanding is we don't have to appoint anybody right now. We can leave this vacant as it is. Is that not accurate?
Mr. Mayor, that is my understanding.
Okay, thank you. Given the vote, given the meeting we've just gone through, colleagues, I would strongly urge us to leave this position vacant and come back when we're all a bit more rested and we've had time to think about and consider who might take this position. That's the fair thing to do.
Okay, so we have other people who like to speak to it, but I asked Councillor Moffat, are you prepared to move that motion that lost at this point?
It would be reconsideration, a point of order. Councillor Harder, that motion, that part of the motion was lost.
New information.
Take 2/3. No, it's not new information. Same people. It would take 2/3 to reconsider.
So I'll ask the clerk for his interpretation, please, of whether this is reconsideration, since we're still in the same meeting and an individual has dropped off the board. Mr. Clerk.
No, I'm thinking, Mr. Mayor, I do not believe it is reconsideration under the circumstances.
Okay, Councillor Dudas has the floor.
My preference is we wait. There's been a lot of conversation tonight. This isn't an easy decision. And once again, I think we're all really tired and we don't know if Councillor Harder, we haven't had a chance to talk to her to see if she's interested in the position or if anyone else is for that matter. So my vote would be to wait and get a good night's sleep. And if we have to revisit it by another meeting at some point, then so be it. I'm happy to make myself available.
Why don't I suggest that the clerk circulate the vacancy and we'll deal with this at the next council meeting. Agreed?
Much better.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Next is confirmation bylaw, règlement de ratification. Councillor Cloutier and Kitts, please.
The following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting of February 16th, 2022.
Adopté, carried. Adjournment, Councillor Cloutier.
That the proceedings of the City Council meeting of February 16th, 2022 be adjourned.
Carried. And the media availability will begin at 11 o'clock. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.